You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Lager, the beer that brought the forest down.
I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle trunk pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere.
Lager brings out the patriot in you.
Screen pass to Trayshawn DeAndre on the right side. He dodges Crushman, makes his way to the end zone. Touchdown! But wait a second. I think there's a flag on the play.
All right, you guys got holding on number 97, right?
Yeah, definitely holding. No touchdown.
All right, make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it was holding.
So make the call.
Or, we say the flag was for an excessive celebration so they can keep the touchdown and apply the penalty to the kickoff, huh? What do you say?
What are you talking about? I didn't see excessive celebration.
You sure? Could have sworn I saw a little nay-nay going on.
What's going on with you, man?
All right, look, guys, I got to be real with you. Trayshawn DeAndre just scored that touchdown. Okay, I have him on my fantasy team this week. I need these points.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you, Bill. I'm playing against my father-in-law this week, and if he doesn't score this touchdown, I lose.
Well, I'm not going to let you make a bad call because you're in some fantasy football league.
Make the call.
Craig, no. If you make one bad call.
This works out perfectly, Bill. I started the quarterback who threw the touchdown pass. We're going to have to ignore the holding call.
I have the kicker, and I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't convert on third down, so he'd have to kick the field goal.
Armchair.
Join the Armchair Quarterback show for its 9th season. And this year, we're doing it all in one show. Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, we'll be talking college football, the SEC, the Big Ten, other big games of the day. We'll be diving into the National Football League, focusing on the Southern football teams and all the big matchups throughout the land, and doing it while covering the point spreads, the over-unders, the prop bets, fantasy football. We'll tell you who to start and who to sit, and everybody's favorite, the stupid underdog picks. We'll cover Major League Baseball all the way through October and beyond. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings on Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
The Almighty says this must be a fashionable fight. It's drawn the finest people.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, it's a new decade, people. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines two of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Infidium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
Saturday mornings, the Armchair Quarterbacks, a Southern tradition like no other. We dive into the Southeastern Conference and the Southern teams in the National Football League. We talk the betting lines, fantasy football. So join us Saturday mornings and get your football weekend started right with the Armchair Quarterbacks, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, right here on Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Hump Day on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Every Wednesday, Mac McGee, Justin Waller, we come to you live, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central, to talk the world of sports. The Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball, Tennessee Titans, and the National Football League, Southeastern Conference, and college football. We'll get you over the hump every Wednesday, kicking you right into your sports weekend. Hump Day, every Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 Central, on Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel and your local CBS affiliates.
What a marvelous moment for baseball What a marvelous moment for Atlanta and the state of Georgia. What a marvelous moment for the country and the world. And it is a great moment for all of us, and particularly for Henry Aaron, who was met at home plate not only by every member of the Braves, but by his father and mother. At 10 minutes after 9 in Atlanta, Georgia, Henry Aaron has eclipsed the mark set by Babe Ruth.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake. The former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. When the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. When responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Though somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Braves fans. The Armchair Quarterback's YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterback's YouTube channel.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Green. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the job, baby. All throughout Braves country, pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all. Woo!
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous tide o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys. It's time for Braves Country Baseball. Good afternoon. I'm Mac McGee. Welcome to Oracle Park. We are live in San Francisco, California, getting ready for first pitch any moment here as the Atlanta Braves trying to win the rubber match against the San Francisco Giants. Atlanta won last night. If you missed the game, it was a late one. We did it live here and got over with as a little before 1 a.m. Eastern. Atlanta won it 5-1, and we are bringing you a special Wednesday afternoon edition. We will be here as well on Friday night, 7:20, first pitch against the Philadelphia Phillies. The Atlanta Braves will be back home at that point. Looking forward to that long road trip, and the Braves are at the final end of it. They are 4-3 on this road trip. So all in all, not too shabby. And if they can win today, a 5-3 road trip would be phenomenal. Looking at the starting lineups today, the Atlanta Braves will be batting first. It'll be Ronald Acuna Jr. in right field for the first time in quite some time. Braves going to try him out there and see how his legs do. Batting second will be Dansby Swanson. Dansby Swanson playing short today. Riley is batting third and playing third. Matt Olson batting fourth, going to try to get him out of that slump and playing first base. William Contreras is behind the plate today and batting fifth. Harris in center and batting sixth. Grissom back in the lineup and batting seventh. More on that second base situation here in a moment. And Ozuna is your designated hitter and batting eighth. Robbie Grossman is in left field and batting ninth. Ronald Acuna Jr. is getting set to hit home plate as he is doing his final warm-up swing. The Braves are in all gray today. The traditional road uniforms, gray with the Atlanta across the chest and the tomahawk underneath. Red lettering and red lettering on the front, red numerals on the back, and the names in navy outlined in navy all over. They'll be facing the San Francisco Giants. Carlos Rodon, they're back to their normal home uniforms, all white with the black lettering and black numerals outlined in orange and black ball caps. Ronald Acuna Jr. is taking a couple final warm-up swings as Rodon's getting his last few warm-up pitches in. And picked a click today with the left-handed, a nasty left-handed pitcher such as Rodon. I'm going to pick Austin Riley to get out of his slump. So Austin Riley will be my pick to click, and we'll see how that works out. Anyone want to play along, put it in the chat, and away we go. It's time to play ball in San Francisco, California. It's baseball time in Braves country, wherever you are. As Acuna makes his strides to the plate, home plate umpire Brian Knight dusting off home plate one last time. Manning first will be Roberto Ortiz. Bill Miller, your second base umpire, and Doug Eddings, who was behind the plate last night, will be at third base. Carlos Rodon, 12-8 this year with a sparkling 2.93 ERA and a 2.06 batting average against. So you got to make them count. 212 strikes and 212 strikeouts and 162 innings pitched, a 105 whip, and an unbelievable 580 OPS against. And here's the first pitch, and it is swung on by Acuna. He grounds out quickly to Crawford. Shortstop Crawford makes the toss over the infield, 6-3 put out, and there's one down after one pitch. Braves went up against Rodon earlier this year, and he pitched phenomenally. And one of the biggest issues they had was not working the count at all, and Rodon went deep into that game. See if they've learned anything from that. Dansby Swanson steps up to the plate, batting .284 on the year. The first pitch to Swanson is swung on and popped up, and this will be out number 2. It's a can of corn over to second, so evidently they have not learned anything. And 2 pitches, 2 outs here in the top of the first. So here comes Austin Riley. You got to figure he's going to take the first pitch. You don't want a starting pitcher to get a 3-pitch inning to start the game. Austin Riley been slumping a little bit. His batting average is down to 280. OPS is still at 902 with 36 home runs, 90 RBI. Just has two stolen bases on the season. Rodon kicks and deals, and it's a fastball outer edge. Riley taken all the way, and it's 0-1. Braves are going to need to clean that up when we hit postseason. Swinging at the first pitch, you got 2 guys top of the order that are trying to ambush. As the 0-1 pitch is in the dirt and taken all the way, it's 1-1. Giants are in a shift to the left side of the infield. That Giants defense looks like this. Jock Peterson, Yaz, and Wade out from left to right. And on the infield, the 1-1 pitch, strike called on the outer edge. It's 1-2. On the infield, from around the horn from third to first, it's Villar, Crawford at short, Flores at second, Davis at third. Wins is behind the plate, and Rodon is on the hill. The 1-2 pitch misses high. Rodon does not like it. Did look like it might have clipped the top of the zone, but believe it was probably the right call, just a tad above, excuse me. The 2-2 pitch swung on and missed, strike 3, and an easy 1-2-3 inning for Carlos Rodon sends the Braves out to the field. Charlie Morton will go to work when we come back. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Dobbs heaves it. They're bunched up in the end zone. It's tipped up. It's caught. It is caught. Jawan Jennings.
Just the start of things. First quarter at the Gator Bowl in Jacksonville as Walker sweeps to the right. Gets outside. The 35. Look out. He's past midfield and he's got a blocker. Cuts to the inside. Herschel Walker. There he goes again.
Straight up the middle. Touchdown. Delayed reaction, but Tebow got in. Oh, jump pass. How about that?
like 1955. Holy cow! Are you kidding me?
Armchair.
Christian Yelich, 1 for 4, single and a run. Very dangerous hitter. The crowd is on their feet. We're down to 1 strike, Braves country. Cross everything. So many heroes here. What? You got caught watching the paint dry, and that's it. The Atlanta Braves will head to the National League Championship Series. They knock out the Milwaukee Brewers, a team that everyone had forgotten about. Everyone had left for dead. All we heard back in June and July was the Phillies, the Mets. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Charlie Morton, his 8-5 record, steps to the hill, and the first pitch he fires right across the plate for a strike, and it's fouled back. It's 0-1. Giants lineup. You'll notice I put the lineups in the chat today, but we will go through them as the broadcast goes. The 0-1 pitch right there on the edge of the corner. Curveball, nice curveball. It's 0-2. It'll be Wade, Yaz, and Flores in the 1-2-3 spots. Jock Peterson batting fourth in the cleanup role. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt, curveball, close to that back foot. Taken for a ball, it's 1-2. Villar is batting fifth and playing third. Crawford is your 6-hole hitter, playing short. J.D. Davis in the lineup today at first base and batting seventh. The 1-2 pitch. And once again, Charlie Morton hits another batter with that back foot curveball. This time it gets him in the leg. And Wade will head down to first base with the free pass. Don't know why they continuously call that, draw that pitch up. He has missed. So he's near the top of Major League Baseball in hit batters. And doing these games, I can tell you about 75% of them have been the curveball on the back leg of the left-handed batter. It just does not place him a lot of times early in the game. Got him in trouble in LA, got him in trouble in a lot of starts this year. So that'll bring Yastrzemski to the plate, and the first pitch is a fastball, blows it right by him, 95 miles an hour, and it's 0-1. Finishing up the lineup, J.D. Davis batting seventh, Willie Calhoun, the designated hitter, batting eighth, and behind the plate, Wins is batting ninth. Braves are in a shift. They are in double play depth, though, as Swanson cheats towards the second base bag. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back. It's 0-2. Charlie Morton's going to have a good outing. Mentioned it before. Carlos Rodon, one of the best left-handed pitchers in baseball. No, the Giants are not heading to the postseason. They do have an option to retain him next year. A lot of folks thought he would be traded at the deadline, but the Giants decided to keep him and build towards next year. The 0-2 pitch. Outside, ball one, 95-mile-an-hour fastball misses on the edge. Just getting going here. Braves nothing, Giants nothing. Welcome to Braves Country Baseball. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. Looked like the curveball got him. This time it was a little further inside. Not quite at that back foot area. And a good pitch by Morton. There's one away. Charlie Morton now set to face Flores, Wilmer Flores, today's second baseman, batting .233 on the year. Flores swings at the first pitch, curveball on the outer half of the plate, and it's 0-1. Flores with 464 at bats this season, has 18 home runs, 65 RBI, and a 727 OPS. Braves come into today just a half game behind the New York Mets as the 0-1 pitch misses wide and outside, curveball in the dirt. It's 1-1. Braves getting that W last night. And the Mets have dropped the first two of the series at home against the Cubs. So big Cubs fans tonight here in Braves country. That game gets going about 7:00 Eastern. The 1-1 pitch right there at the knees, curveball over the plate. Good pitch, and it's 1-2. Cubs and Mets tonight. Cubs have a puncher's chance to sweep them. It's Drew Smiley on the mound for the Cubs and David Peterson on the hill for the Mets. The 1-2 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into right field. Drifting back is Acuna just before the warning track makes the catch. And there's 2 away. That deep outfield here at Oracle Park has all the different dips and caverns. I'm a little surprised that Acuna is out there in the outfield. Thought if they were going to try him in the outfield, they'd wait till he got back home, a little more familiar with that park. They're going to, from reading up, the logic is they'll put him out there today with the off day tomorrow, see how he feels going into Friday, and just kind of go from there. Braves off tomorrow, Mets off tomorrow. So however it ends today, it'll be like that going into the weekend. Braves will host the Phillies this weekend in Atlanta for a 3-game set as the first pitch to Jock Peterson is taken for a strike. Curveball in the inner cut. It's 0-1. Jock Peterson, fan favorite of the Atlanta Braves faithful. Been in San Francisco all year on a 1-year, $7 million deal. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball, foul back out of play. It's 0-2. It's got 22 home runs in 332 at bats, 63 RBI, 3 stolen bases. Jock Peterson from Palo Alto, California, turned 30 years old this year. The 0-2 swing and fouls it back. Curveball. We'll do it again at 0-2. So he'll be a free agent at year's end. I'm sure Braves country will be clamoring to sign him. I don't know how realistic that will be. I'm sure if they can get him in a deal as a part of a platoon system, they would probably bring him back, but I think he wants to play every day and he probably doesn't want to come back. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt, and it's 1-2. You got to figure next year, if they do re-sign Dansby Swanson, they're going to try to find a way to get not only their 3-year investment of Rosario into the lineup, but also the budding star of Vaughn Grissom. The 1-2 pitch, swing and pops it up, but out of play. We'll do it one more time at 1-2. Appreciate y'all chiming in. See you, Paul. And forgive me if I mispronounce your first name, Kalar, or is it Keelar? Welcome to Braves Country Baseball. I've heard of Pikeville. I'm just not 100% where it's at. I used to live in the Nashville area, but I have heard of it. The 1-2 pitch. Did he go around? They're checking in. He did. So that'll end the inning. I think the ball might have actually went off of his foot, but it is a strikeout, and Peterson does not offer to go down towards first, so that'll end the inning. So two back foot breaking balls have hit batters, and we'll head to break. When we come back, the Braves will grab the bats.
A wise guy, huh?
Who wins in a cage match of Ronda Rousey and Bruce Jenner versus Ronda Rousey and Bruce Jenner, or Caitlyn Jenner, versus Michael Sam and Ray Rice? Well, I tried to make it as even as possible.
Armchair.
If we actually enjoyed our New Year's resolutions, we'd all have six packs, money in our saving accounts, and we'd know how to play the piano. I have to tell you about the one resolution I actually enjoy. It's Built Bar. It's delicious. Oh, yeah, it's healthy too. Built Bar is healthier than your favorite protein bar. They're low-cal, low sugar, high protein, high fiber, great for the keto diet. Lose or maintain weight while indulging. And with only 4 net carbs and 150 calories, there's no guilt. Visit BuiltBar.com.
I'm bad at sex. There's a lot of thrashing and thumping, but nothing really gets done. I'm like a broken dishwasher.
Welcome to the jungle. Jim Rome on the air, noon to 3 Eastern, only on CBS Sports Radio.
Max, a woman in my section wants to know if we do anything gluten-free. What do I tell her? Tell her she's not allergic to gluten. She's just masking an eating disorder.
I heard that this year we at Harvard won the baseball championship because we have a pitcher who has a fine curveball. I am further instructed that the purpose of the curveball is to deliberately deceive the batter. Harvard is not in the business of teaching deception. Charles Eliot, president of Harvard College.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch is hit on the ground by Olsen, and Olsen tries to beat it out, but a spinning pirouette throw over to first base, 6-3 putout. Marvelous defensive play by Brandon Crawford will be the first out of the inning. Braves once again are trying to ambush Rodon. I think we know where this is headed. He's going to end up pitching deep into this ball game. You would have liked to get into the Giants bullpen. Not much of a chance of doing that. He's only 8 pitches in and 4 outs into the game. So that'll bring William Contreras to the plate, and Contreras takes the first pitch outside for ball 1. Braves are going to need a big inning, 1 or 2 of them, to try to run that pitch count up and get them out of the game. The 1-0 fastball right there, and it's 1-1. Contreras with 17 home runs on the year, 38 RBI. The 1-1, top of the zone, just missed off the top shelf and wide. It's 2-1. The 2-1 delivery from Rodon, slider right there, nice pitch, and it's 2-2. Two-two delivery on the way from Rodon. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Fastball in the outer cut. And there's quickly 2 away here in the top of the second. Michael Harris II comes up to the plate, batting .313 on the year, and the first pitch delivery to him is a slider on the outer edge, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Michael Harris putting together one heck of a rookie season. Got to figure he's the odds-on favorite to win Rookie of the Year in the National League. The 0-1 slider off the plate wide. It's 1-1. I'm sure Spencer Strider will get some votes, but the everyday player for Rookie of the Year typically gets the nod. The 1-1 delivery, swing, and fouls it down the line. It's 1-2. American League, I think it'll be a runaway vote with Julio Rodriguez. Villar, Flores, and Davis are on the right side of the infield. Okay. I knew where Crossville is. I knew Pikeville sounded familiar, Paul. The 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled back. And it's 1-2. Spent a lot of time in the Murfreesboro and Nashville area. Braves nothing, Giants nothing. The 1990s and into the early 2000s in Tennessee. The 1-2 delivery to Harris is rooped down the line, but it is plenty foul. First base coach EY, Eric Young, grabs it and tosses it into the crowd for a souvenir with the big smile on his face that he normally has. You know, he doesn't get all the fanfare and the love from the fans because of Wash being the third base coach. Here's the 1-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike three, and Rodon is rolling. Braves, Giants, nothing. We head to the bottom of the second.
As you know, Monty, Vaughn's been working on a couple of new pitches, the Eliminator and the Humiliator, to complement his fastball, the Terminator. I heard that. Dynamite drop in, Monty. That broadcast school has really paid off.
Good afternoon. Would you like to try a free sample of our double fudge brownie?
Oh, sure. That's very good. I'll just take one more, just to be sure. Yep, still very good.
Some things never change, like never being able to take just one free sample. And Geico saving folks lots of money on their car insurance.
Is that macadamia nut I taste? You take one more.
Sir.
Yeah, I thought so.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
We got a tie. We need to fix it. We need a tiebreaker.
I agree. Ties are not acceptable in fantasy football. Fantasy football is about proving that you are better than your friends, not equally as good as your friends, okay? It's not communism. We're not coveting Billy Joel cassette tapes and wearing ill-fitting blue jeans.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew, step, chew, step, chew, step, chew.
If I could change anything about basketball, it'd be to get rid of the X Games.
Armchair.
Mayhem seemed to follow John McGraw wherever he went. When he got into a fist fight with the opposing third baseman in Boston in 1894, both benches empty. Fans began brawling. Someone set the stands on fire, and the entire wooden ballpark and 170 neighborhood buildings went up in flames.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Villar from Morton, and it's a swinging strike. To start off the bottom of the second, it's 0-1. Atlanta Braves just a half game behind the New York Mets. If they can find a way to win this one, the 0-1 pitch is swung on and fouled back. It's 0-2. They would be in a tie for first place, but the Mets do play tonight. They're at home against the Cubs. In a matchup, our old friend Drew Smiley might be able to help out the Braves one more time if he can get a W against the Mets. The 0-2 pitch, fastball outer edge, taken good eye by Villar, and it's 1-2. Braves have not fared well in the day games. We all know that. The 1-2 pitch, did he go around? Think he did. He did go around. Strike three. Good pitch by Charlie. Curveball got Villar chasing it, and there's one away. First base umpire Roberto Ortiz rang him up. Other games going on in Major League Baseball this afternoon. Guardians beat the Angels 5-3. Cleveland really looking like they're heading towards the postseason as they have a pretty good commanding lead in the AL Central. Still a few games to go that will decide that. First pitch to Brandon Crawford is swung on and fouled on the ground. Looked like the changeup that he just got a piece of. It's 0-1. Pittsburgh Pirates, they beat the Reds 10-4. This game started around 1:00 Eastern today. Houston over Detroit 2-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled down the line. It's 0-2. If you missed the news late last night, right around the time the Braves game ended, the Los Angeles Dodgers clinched the National League West again. The 0-2 pitch. Swing, and it's a comebacker to Morton. On a one-hopper, he'll flip it over to first. Olsen steps on the pillow, and there's 2 away. Because there's a lot of great debate that was going on this morning about what that means. Another division championship, all the runs the Dodgers have been on. May not be a popular opinion, but I'm of the mindset that they have not won a World Series since 1988. That bubble championship, that was fun for the fans to watch because we were going through what we were going through with everything being shut down. But I don't put it in the same ilk as the first pitch to Davis is swung on and missed. 96-mile-an-hour fastball, top of the zone. It's 0-1. I can't put that in the same context as what the Braves did last year, what the Nationals did in 2019, et cetera. And you're going through 162 games and you're playing in road games as the 0-1 pitch is fouled down the line. Beautiful day here in San Francisco. Doesn't appear to be much clouds in the sky. Sun is out. I think Tyler Matzik said it perfectly. He called it a bubble ship. The 0-2 pitch misses outside. Good take by Davis. Charlie trying to get him to chase. It's 1-2. Charlie Morton. Pretty good start so far beside the hits Batman. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and ripped into left field. Curveball hung up just a little bit. Dumps down for a 2-out single, and Davis is on. Quickly, Grossman gets it to keep him at first. Yeah, I see the comment about we choked that. We did and we didn't. I mean, we were on fumes. That was a young team. I don't hold that one against them, especially, considering the fact the whole thing was played in a bubble. It was played in Texas. I mean, you don't have any kind of travel. You don't have the fans for you or against you. As the first pitch to Willie Calhoun, the designated hitter, is taken for a strike. It's 0-1. I will say this. I give much more credit to the Dodgers championship that year than I do the Lakers championship. The 0-1 pitch. Outside wide. It's 1-1. That Lakers championship, there weren't even fans allowed in the building in that one little bubble they played in Orlando. To me, that was a nice little tournament they had. Didn't feel like an actual anything. The 1-1 pitch, wide and outside, it's 2-1. I think the ratings showed that as well. NBA Finals ratings were so bad that year. There were a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons, no fans in the stands. Remember how they were trying to do the weird, put the virtual fans in there? 2-1 pitch, misses wide and outside. It's 3-1. I'll give Major League Baseball credit. They didn't go with the weird virtual thing. They did do the little paper guys in the stands, but I thought that was just funny. And then as it got closer and closer, they allowed fans in the stands in Texas, and that was fun to watch. The 3-1 pitch swung on and popped up out of play. It's 3-2. But if you go back to that NLCS against the Dodgers, had that been a true travel home and home, remember at the time, California wasn't allowing folks in the stadium. So the Braves would have had a decided advantage because there would have been fans in Atlanta. There would have been no fans in California. So putting it in Texas, to me, just cheapened the whole thing. The 3-2 pitch swung on and fouled back. Do it again at 3-2. So with that being said, if the Dodgers don't win a championship with this group, and I'd say that window's closing a little bit, the Dodgers are still going to be good, but I'm talking about the players that are there. It'll always be a mark on their legacy. The 3-2 pitch swung on and hit high and deep down the right field line, going back and off the wall, but foul. Willie Calhoun gave that pitch a ride, but could not keep it straight. It's just a loud strike. We'll do it again at 1-2. Hanging curveball, center part of the plate, and it was a high hanging curveball. One that I'm sure Calhoun would love to have back. The 3-2 pitch. Fastball fouled down the line. We'll do it again. So you got a full count, runner on first with 2 away. Davis with decent speed. He plays outfield as well as first base. So he'll be off to the races. Anything that gets down could be trouble. The 3-2 outside wide, and Charlie gives up a free pass. 2 out trouble here in the second. With the number 9 hitter wins, the hind catcher coming to the plate. Wins 135 at bats this year, has a 222 average, 580 OPS, 1 home run, 15 RBI. 31 years old, has 445 career at bats all time, does have 10 home runs all time. The first pitch to Wins is right there at the knees. Good curveball by Charlie. It's 0-1. Wins from right there in California, San Diego, California, drafted by the Orioles. Went to college at Fresno State. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled down the third base line. Chased the sinker out of the zone, and it's 0-2. Austin Wins goes by his middle name. It's actually Robert Austin Wins. We've also got Seattle and San Diego going at the same time. We'll keep you updated on that score as it goes along. The 0-2 pitch swung on and hit down the right field line. Acuna cuts it off, but that will score a run. Gets down. You're going to have runners on first and third with 2 away. It was a fastball that he just sliced down the right field line. I'm sure Charlie would like to have that decision back. Up in the count and gave a fastball high in the zone. It's 1-0 San Francisco. Seattle has jumped out to a 1-0 lead after a home run by Julio Rodriguez in the first inning. So Giants 1, Braves 0. The first pitch on the way to the leadoff hitter is a called strike curveball. Might have been a wide strike. Wade Jr. doesn't like it. It's 0-1. Lefty-righty matchup here. The 0-1 pitch. High. And out of the zone, it's 1-1. Giants 1, Braves 0, bottom of the second inning. Here's the pitch in, fouled back out of play. It's 1-2. Lamont Wade Jr. hit by a pitch the first time up. Remember that back foot curveball. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. This time the curveball's over the plate, but low, and he went fishing. That'll end the inning. But not before the Giants jump out to a 1-0 lead. Grissom, Ozuna, and Grossman coming to the plate.
I think we should use the manual. I don't need a manual. I need a pair of wire strippers, a hammer, and a beer.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Hey, it's your home, and I need to ask you a few favors. In the kitchen, there's a spider stuck between the window and the screen, and I know it's dead, and technically it's outside, but it's still freaking me out. Can you flick it out or something? Also, just to save some money, and it's super easy, could you bundle your home and car insurance with Geico? Last thing, could you take the holiday decorations down? Yeah, I'm one of those.
Geico. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com today.
You're not sick tonight, are you? Good. Your tongue's going to be hanging out. Tell him to throw up on his own time.
John McGraw would stay in baseball for more than 40 years and become one of the game's greatest manager. But he never stopped fighting, never stopped savaging umpires, and was always willing to do just about anything to win.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail the San Francisco Giants 1-0. Carlos Rodon's had 2 easy innings so far, 6 up, 6 down. And Vaughn Grissom will go to work, and the first pitch is low and inside. It's 1-0. Grissom, the night off last night, takes the 1-0 pitch high for a strike. It's 1-1. Grissom batting .309, the 1-1 pitch in the dirt. Rodon can't seem to find that slider early on in this inning. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch misses high, ball 3, 3-1. Vaughn Grissom trying to get on and get things going here. Rodon kicks and deals a 3-1, and that ball's high, ball 4. That's one way to get that pitch count up. Vaughn Grissom gets a free pass to start the third inning. That'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Marcell Ozuna, who hasn't had the kind of year we were hoping for, still has 21 home runs, 50 RBI, and a .667 OPS. Was hitting the ball a little better last week. He's been in and out of the lineup in a platoon role. See how he does today. The first pitch to Marcell is on the way, and it's a fastball. Misses high out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 delivery from Rodon as Grissom leans off, swing and a miss, and they're going to fire it down to first to try to catch Grissom napping, and he flips it into right field. So Grissom's on his horse. He'll stop at second. He went diving into the base. If he had been standing the whole time, that ball was so badly thrown, he might have been able to make it to third. But for obvious reasons, went diving back into first, as it was going to be a close play. Grissom was kind of leaning off, and Wins was trying to catch him napping. I don't think he would have got him, but he airmailed that over the first baseman's head. By the time The right fielder, Wade, got a hold of it. It was almost into the corner. So runner on second, nobody out. A 1-1 pitch to Marcelo Zuna. And here's the pitch out wide. It's 2-1. Two one pitch to Ozuna. Down low, ball 3-1. Rodon's in danger of walking his first two batters. Looked very crisp the first two innings, but then again, we weren't giving him much of a chance to miss. We were swinging at the first pitch. So we'll see how this works out here. Marcelo Zuna steps out of the batter's box as Rodon gets off the rubber for a second to reset himself. A 3-1 pitch to Ozuna. On the way, swing and a miss, strike two. Fastball top of the zone. Ozuna could not catch up. He looked back at home plate umpire to double check if he swung at a ball or a strike. I'm pretty sure that was at the top of the zone. Would have been a strike anyways. The 3-2 delivery from Rodon on the way, swing and a miss, strike three. Late on that fastball. He was sitting on something off speed. He got the express and the local. I'm sorry, he was looking for the local and the express went right by him. There's one away. That'll bring Robbie Grossman to the plate. Grossman from the right side of the dish, the switch hitting outfielder. He's really been an unsung hero for Braves country. He's played a lot of right field in the absence of Acuna. He's over and left today. First pitch is a check swing foul, and it's 0-1. Oh, 1 pitch to Robbie Grossman. On the way, swung on, and that ball's going to get down. And here comes Grissom. They're going to send him. It's going to be a play at the plate. Wash sends him. The ball is cut off. So no play at the plate, a tie ball game in San Francisco. The Braves and Giants are knotted up at 1. Good piece of hitting by Grossman. Didn't try to do too much with it. Just sent it back where it came from. Lifted it over the shortstop's head. And a frozen rope makes it 1-1 in San Fran. Talked about this earlier. You pretty much have to make sure that you get the opportunities on Rodon and cash them in. The first pitch on the way to Acuna is down and low. The slider missing again. It's 1-0. One-0 pitch to Acuna on the way. And swing and a miss. Nasty slider. Could not time it up. It evens up the count at 1-1. One delivery to Acuna. Rodon's going to step off and throw over to first. A light toss, not much of a pickoff attempt, just to kind of reset himself. So you got a 1-1 count. 1-1 is your score. 1 on, 1 out. Aces are wild right now. Here's the pitch and high, taken for a ball. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch swung on and hit down the line, bending towards the foul territory, making the catch is Wade. Grossman will run back to first, and there's 2 away. So one on and 2 outs. Dansby Swanson comes to the plate. Swanson was a first pitch swinging out himself along with Acuna in the top of the first. See what he has in mind here. Rodon throws over to first. They got Grossman picked off, so never mind. We'll find out next time. Grossman gets gunned down on the pickoff throw to first. He kept going to second. And that'll end the inning. Braves score a run and tie it all up. We head to the bottom of the inning, 1-1 in San Fran.
Hey, does Tay Diggs follow you on Twitter?
No, but Kraft Singles does.
Big news and the big games covered in the Big Ten by the Armchair Quarterbacks all year long.
Averaging just under 38 on 44 kicks this year. Nice high kick, got a little wind under it, and it runs Howard back. Oh, my goodness. One man. Well, the ball is actually a little short of the 1 yard line now. It is 4th down, the final play, unless they can stick it in the end zone. Andre Johnson, Roscoe Parrish, and Kellen Winslow and Dorsey under pressure. Throws in. And you can't play. They went to Hickman, and Penn State well-timed blitz. LeVar Arrington, the All-America candidate, came across.
Well, it was a great athletic play by LeVar Arrington. As you see, he times his blitz very well, leaves his feet, and hits Hickman in the backfield.
Big Ten football covered in the Southeast by the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding penalties on one football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
Virginia, April 3rd, 1862. It is astonishing how indifferent a person can become to danger. The report of musketry is heard but a very little distance from us. Yet over there on the other side of the road is most of our company playing bat ball. And perhaps in less than half an hour, they may be called to play a ball game of a more serious nature. Frederick Fairfax, 5th Ohio Infantry.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves have tied it up here in San Francisco as the Giants come to the plate, and Yastrzemski swings at the first pitch and fouls it back. It's 0-1. Mike Yastrzemski struck out in the first inning, .211 batting average, 12 home runs, lefty-righty matchup, 0-1 pitch, misses outside, change up wide, it's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, curveball in the dirt, and it's 1-2. Yastrzemski kicking himself for that one. Charlie Morton sitting at 48 pitches right now as we begin the third inning. The 1-2 pitch, curveball, almost gets that back foot again. Misses, evens up the count. It's 2-2. You know, these batters don't do much to try to spin out of the way of that, knowing it's a curveball. It's not going to leave much damage. The 2-2 pitch, curveball rifled down the right field line. We'll do it again at 2-2. Seattle leads San Diego 3-0. That game is in the second. San Diego 10 games behind Atlanta, but does have the final wild card spot. The 2-2 pitch hit on the ground right into the shift. Riley's got it in shallow right, flips it over to first. Olsen grabs it, and there's one away. Looking at the standings, Braves lead the Phillies by 8.5 games for first place in the wild card. San Diego's 10 behind Atlanta, and then the Milwaukee Brewers are on the outside looking in, 2 games behind the Padres. So this is a big game for not just Padre fans and Phillies fans, but also Milwaukee. First pitch on the way to Wilmer Flores is at the knees, called for a strike, looked like the cutter, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 delivery. Swing and comebacker just past Charlie, but right over to Grissom, close to the second base bag. He gets it and throws it over to first, and it's a 4-3 put out and 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. That'll bring young Jock Peterson to the plate. Jock Peterson, the cleanup hitter for the Giants today. 22 home runs on the year, and the first pitch is in the dirt. It's 1-0. See the question about Olsen. One thing I do know about him, just from following in the world of fantasy baseball, he's been very streaky his whole career. The 1-0 pitch swung on and fouled down the line. It's 1-1. One thing I have liked that I've seen him a little more this week than he's done during this long drought is seeing him working counts a little more. Now, he didn't do it in the first inning or second inning, excuse me. The 1-1 pitch to Peterson, swing and a miss, flailed at that one, and it's 1-2. But when he was really roasting the ball and getting the doubles early in the year, he was working the count, waiting for his pitch. And it seems like now it's almost like he feels like he has to ambush to get his pitch. The 1-2 delivery from Morton is fouled down the line. We'll do it again at 1-2. The 1-2 curveball didn't get Peterson on the foot, just missed his back foot. We'll do it again at 2-2. They have got to get that straightened out come October. That's going to cost Atlanta a game for sure. Those back foot breaking balls that they keep dialing up. The 2-2 delivery from Morton swung on and missed, strike 3. That one was a little closer to the plate, and that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. When we come back, the heart of the Atlanta Braves order is coming to the plate.
All right, those first 2 were high and tight. So what do you think the next one's going to be? Either low and away or in my ear. He's not going to want to load the bases. So look for low and away. But watch out for in your ear.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Honest Ed's Used Cars, where every car we sell is backed by an ironclad guarantee that is so complete and comprehensive that we really don't see any need to put it in writing. And remember Honest Ed's motto: if any used car dealer anywhere in the country says he can sell you the same car cheaper than we will, then he's even a bigger liar than I am. And remember, if you'd like to learn one of life's most valuable secrets, just send $20 to the announcer in care of this station.
Armchair.
Hey, baseball fans, The Armchair Quarterback's YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights this baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterback's YouTube channel.
Soldiers in both armies played ball whenever and wherever they could, just like boys, one of them remembered.
If there was any transforming incident in the history of baseball, as in the history of this country, it was the Civil War. Play in the 1840s and 50s was not for the middle class. It was not for the working class. It was reserved for so-called gentlemen. Play became democratic when it became portable. It became a people's game.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, San Francisco Giants knotted up at 1 as we head to the top of the 4th inning. Dansby Swanson comes to the plate and takes the first pitch curveball outside for a strike. It's 0-1. Swanson 0 for 1 on the day, was first pitch swinging in the first inning. He and Acuna were 2 pitches and 2 outs. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball misses high and off the plate. It's 1-1. Rodon, first couple of really quick innings, and then the third inning, bottom of the order, really made Rodon work. Braves got a run out of it. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, fastball, good fastball, outer edge. Might have been a tad off the plate, but I bet Blue would have given it to him. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count to Dansby. Infield shifting to the left. Curveball in the dirt. Dansby does not chase that one. Good eye at 2-2. Standing on deck is Austin Riley. Matt Olson in the hole. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled off the plate wide. It's 2-2 once again. Braves won, Giants won. Top of the 4th inning. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on and fouled down the line. Out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. Rodon now at 42 pitches here in the 4th inning. The 2-2 delivery just misses low. Tried to get him to chase. His slider and curveball really look just about the same. That was the curveball. Sped it up just a bit. So a full count to Swanson. He digs in and swing and a miss, strike 3. Slider got him. Good battle by Dansby, but there's one away. That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Austin Riley struck out in the first inning. First pitch to Riley is down below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. I believe Riley was kind of at a disadvantage at that at bat. He knew he had to take a few pitches because the first 2 at bats. The 1-0 pitch off the plate wide, ball 2. It's 2-0. So now Swanson's got the count in his favor. Can really look for something to lean into. behind in the count. He's been going for the fastball outside. We'll see what he dials up this time. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Fastball outer edge, 95 miles an hour. They call it a strike. If it was barely a strike. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. It's 2-2. Braves 1, Giants 1, top of the 4th inning. Here's the pitch swung on and hit high and deep down the right field line, bending, foul and out of play. Right into the corner. Not much room over there in foul territory down the right field line. So everyone will go back to their places. Riley gets back into the box on a 2-2 count. Here's the pitch and taken all the way. Riley must have been looking for the fastball because that slider caught him looking. And there's 2 away. So 2 outs here in the top of the 4th. That'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Olson's 0 for 1. Grounded out in the 2nd inning. It was a hard hit ball, but right into the shift. First pitch on the way to Olson is a slider off the plate, taken wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Rodon kicks and deals, swing, and hits it high and deep down the right field line, but plenty foul. Knocked that one into the bay. That's the second one he's hit into the bay in as many nights, but very foul. Well past the Bank of America sign that sits to the right of the foul pole down right field. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball high. It's 2-1. Two-one count to Matt Olson with 2 away, nobody on, and a tie ball game. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss. Slider chased it as it dove off the side of the plate, and it's 2-2. The 2-2 delivery swung on and banged foul. Quickly scooped up by Davis, but he was about 2 feet past the foul line. He tosses it to EY again, and EY throws it into the stands for another souvenir. Looks like a little better crowd out here tonight. Last night they had about 24,000. It can get chilly in San Francisco in September, and a night game in the middle of the week when the Giants are out of the playoffs. The 2-2 pitch. Slider misses high. They were set up outside. It went a little inside. So totally misses spot. It's 3-2. Standing on deck is William Contreras. All in all, 24,000 is actually a pretty good crowd considering the climate in San Francisco. Here's the 3-2 pitch, swung on and popped up. It's a can of corn over to second base. Underneath it and making the grab is Flores, and that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th. It's tied in San Fran.
I was going to Colombia, for Christ's sakes. Wants to be some kind of a professional woman like you.
A psychiatrist?
And have to listen to guys like me whine all day.
Here's payoff pitch, and Yeah, we're 1 out away, Braves country, from a trip to the World Series. Whatever superstition you got, do it. The entire city of Atlanta, the entire South is standing on their feet, trying to will the Braves into the World Series. Here's the 1-0 pitch. And trumpets for the job, for the streets. Your Atlanta are headed to the We have not been into the World Series in 22 years. But come Tuesday night in Houston, we'll have first pitch. Braves Country Baseball. I'm Mac McGee. Go dance in the streets, baby.
Have you ever protested anything?
Sure, every time I get thrown out of the pub.
By the end of the Civil War, baseball was the national pastime, North and South, West as well as East. Soldiers took the game home with them, and it grew.
It's our game. That's the chief fact and connection, really. America's game. As the snap, go, fling of the American atmosphere. It belongs as much to our institutions, fits into them as significantly as our Constitution's laws, is just as important in the sum total of our historic life. Walt Whitman.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves and Giants tied at 1, and the first pitch from Charlie Morton is a swing and a miss by Villar, the number 5 hitter. It's 0-1. Braves finishing up an 8-game road trip in 10 days. The 0-1 pitch is hammered into left field on his horse and trying to cut it off as Grossman bobbles the ball. By the time he gets it in, it'll be a leadoff double for Villar. He pulled it over into the far left field corner. Grossman, not playing him to pull, had a long way to go. So 1 on and nobody out to start the inning. A leadoff double. Looked like the curveball that he yanked down the left field line. First pitch on the way to Crawford is a curveball taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Brandon Crawford 0 for 1. Ground out in the second inning. Crawford batting .226. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, changeup, evens up the count. It's 1-1. Crawford, a bit of a down year for him. He was one of the better batters in the National League last year. This year, with 350 at bats, just 8 home runs, 45 RBI. The 1-1 pitch fouled off, and it's 1-2. And a 647 OPS. Does have 138 home runs lifetime. Says Charlie Morton buckles down. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Curveball got him. And there's 1 away. Good pitch by Charlie. That'll bring J.D. Davis to the plate. J.D. Davis, the former New York Met. Batting .240 on the year with a 725 OPS, 9 home runs. Playing first today. He can play first, third, corner outfield. First pitch on the way to Davis is a fastball inside. He has to bend out of the way, and it's 1-0. J.D. Davis was acquired from the Mets in the Darren Ruff trade. Here's the 1-0 pitch, swung on and hit high and deep into left center field, getting down. That'll score a run. Davis rounding the bases. He'll stop at second, and it's a one-out double to make it 2-1 San Fran. That pitch was left out over the meat of the plate, and Davis did not miss. His 12th double of the season makes it 2-1. The first pitch on the way to Calhoun is hit high and deep into center field, but it'll die before the warning track. Money Mike will make the catch, send it back to the infield, and there's 2 away. Ball looked like it might go a little further than what it did at first contact. Might have just got underneath that. By the way, J.D. Davis from California as well. So he's essentially coming home, went to college at Cal State Fullerton. That'll bring up the number 9 hitter, Austin Wins, to the plate, and Austin Wins takes the first pitch for a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. San Francisco 2, Atlanta 1. The 0-1 pitch is in the dirt. 95-mile-an-hour sinker. Evens up the count at 1-1. Charlie Morton needing to get out of this inning, control the damage. The top of the order is around the corner. Runner on second, 2 away. The 1-1 pitch is in the dirt. Good backhanded stab by Contreras. And it's 2-1. Good backhanded stab by Contreras, but you would like to see him get his body in front. He backhanded that. Little margin for error. That could have got to the backstop easily. Time is called as Wins steps out of the box for a second. The 2-1 pitch swung on, foul down the third base line. It's 2-2. San Francisco 2, Atlanta 1. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Appreciate you stopping by. We're here every Tuesday and Friday night doing the extra pop-up game today. Had an opportunity to be here this afternoon, so taking in some afternoon baseball. We'll be back at it Friday night, 7:20 first pitch. If you missed the announcement last night, the Braves and Mets have been picked up. Game 3 of that series in Atlanta on October 2nd is the ESPN game of the week. The 2-2 pitch is swung on and just gets a piece of it to stay alive. Contreras couldn't hold on to it as it foul tipped off his glove, and it's 2-2. So with that being said, Mets Braves Sunday night, October 2nd, an ESPN broadcast. We are planning on doing a pop-up broadcast as well if the Braves Mets game is meaningful. The 2-2 pitch, foul back out of play. Do it again at 2-2. I suspect it will be. This division title seems like it's going to come down to the end. But if one of the two teams is out of the division title and it's just for posturing, getting ready for playoff action, we obviously wouldn't do the game, but I suspect that game will be very meaningful. The 2-2 pitch on the way just gets a piece of the curveball on the outer edge. We'll do it again at 2-2. Charlie Morton now up to 75 pitches. We're just in the bottom of the fourth, so the Braves are going to be ready to unload that bullpen. They hope to get Morton through one more inning. They do have the off day tomorrow, and the bullpen's fairly well rested. Wins digs in on the 2-2, and that one change up in the dirt well off the plate. Gone to a full count now to the number 9 hitter, who's 1 for 1 on the day. He took a fastball the top of the zone last time up and sliced it the other way for an RBI single. Here's the 3-2 pitch on the way, swung on and hit up the middle, but right there is Grissom just past the second base bag. He'll make the play, 4-3 put out, and that'll end the inning. But not before San Francisco adds a run. It's 2-1. We head to the top of the 5th.
Make sure to listen to the Armchair Quarterbacks. The Armchair Quarterbacks are good enough for us down here in the bayou. Go Tigers and the Armchair Quarterbacks.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points for North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the pack and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points, his 5th rushing TD. But these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone. And it's a sea of Carolina blue and state red.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out on the field. Marring would have been the 200th victory for Bobby Bodden. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Starting to get it cleared up down there. Oh, there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long. Been chomping at the bit ever since I've sold this at like 5 o'clock in the morning. Like, what am I looking at? This dude's wearing a sports bra. No one else wants to talk about that. Like the announcers didn't bring it up or nothing. They say, that's a really goal. And they start breaking down the goal. Say, screw the goal. Break down the fact the dude's wearing a sports bra and then showing it off.
Armchair.
Look, we'll happily pay 75 cents to $1.50 to go to the theater. And numbers prefer baseball to theatricals. We must make the games worth witnessing, and there will be no fault found with the price. A good game is worth 50 cents. A poor one is dear at 25. Harry Wright.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves are coming to the plate with William Contreras as they trail 2-1. Contreras 0 for 1 on the afternoon, facing the hard-throwing lefty Carlos Rodon, and he kicks and deals the first pitch, and Contreras just misses good contact on a high fastball, fouls it straight back to the screen, and it's 0-1. Carlos Rodon enters this 5th inning at 57 pitches. The 0-1 pitches in the dirt, evens up the count at 1-1. Friday night baseball, Braves Country Baseball. Max Fried should be on the mound, taking on the Philadelphia Phillies. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 2. Phillies have yet to announce their starter for Friday night. The 1-2 pitch on the way, and that ball's fouled back out of play. 96-mile-an-hour fastball. And we'll do it again at 1-2. Saturday night, the Braves play 7:20. Tentatively right now, it's Jake Odorizzi. The 1-2 pitch swung on and hammered in between the 5-6 hole. That'll get in for a single. A leadoff single for William Contreras, a worm burner that got just past the shortstop and third base. Hard hit ball. They had no chance of reacting to that. That'll bring Michael Harris II to the plate. Harris takes the first pitch high for a strike. It's 0-1. Harris 0 for 1 with the strikeout in the second. And the 0-1 pitch is a fastball intercut, swing and a miss right in his kitchen. Could not catch up. It's 0-2. That single by Contreras, 99-mile-an-hour exit velocity. Straight worm burner on the ground. The 0-2 pitch is in the dirt. Good eye by Harris. It's 1-2. One on, nobody out. A 1-2 pitch to Harris as Rodon deals and swing and a miss, strike three. Could not catch up to the 96-mile-an-hour fastball right there in on his hands, and there's one away. Rodon, a tough customer, especially versus lefties. Harris is, I don't want to say overmatched. He's definitely having a hard time picking him up. That'll bring Vaughn Grissom to the plate. The first pitch to Grissom is just catches the inner part of the plate. Called for a high strike. It's 0-1. Fastball coming in on him. The 0-1 swung on and hit into center field. That ball is going to get caught. A diving catch by the center fielder, Mike Yastrzemski, laid out for the catch. Good defensive play. Contreras hustling back to first. Thought that ball was going to get down and really thought it had a chance to maybe roll past him. But a good play by Yastrzemski puts a quick out number 2 on the board. And that'll bring Marcelo Ozuna to the plate. Marcelo Ozuna, first pitch, fastball for a strike. It's 0-1. Ozuna, today's designated hitter, 0 for 1 with a strikeout in the third. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. Ozuna with the fastball with Rodon, he is really not caught up to it his first 2 at bats. He's been behind on both of them on the fastball each time. The 0-2 pitch to Ozuna, top of the zone, strike 3. Got caught looking at the slider, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves put the leadoff runner on, but can't do anything with it. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th, trailing by 1.
Make sure when your shift is over, you go home alive.
Look at that. The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence. That's it. We're never having sex again.
Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast. Not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen. By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Lose some weight.
Oh, come on, quickly. Will you don't give me that.
Look at me, 92. And I still enjoy swimming, golfing, biking, all sports.
Whoopee.
That too.
Come on, after all at your age, must be down to a handshake, huh?
Yep, before and after.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trailing San Francisco 2-1. We head to the bottom of the fifth. Charlie Morton goes back to work, and first pitch swinging by Wade Jr., and he hits a high fly ball into shallow left field. Underneath it is Grossman. He'll put it away for a quick out, number one. Mike Yastrzemski will now make his way to home plate. He's 0 for 2 with a strikeout, a ground out. The first pitch to Yaz is right there at the knees for a strike, and it's 0-1. Braves come in today a half game behind the New York Mets. Curveball in the dirt for Morton on the 0-1 pitch. Evens up the count. It's 1-1. Mets play the Chicago Cubs tonight. 7:10 first pitch. Peterson on the mound for the Mets. Drew Smiley on the mound for the Cubs. The 1-1 delivery from Morton inside. Taken for a ball. It's 2-1. Swung on and hit high into center field, left center field. Michael Harris patrolling and making the catch. And there's two away. Charlie Morton now at 82 pitches. If he could get a quick inning here, he might go back out for the sixth. But he has had trouble with 2 outs all day long. Here's the first pitch to Flores. It's a fastball at the knees, taken for a strike. It's 0-1. Wilmer Flores 0 for 2, a fly out, a ground out. 18 home runs on the year. The number 3 hitter for the Giants today. And fastball, top shelf, just misses out of the zone. It's 1-1. Charlie would like a 1-2-3 inning here. Jock Peterson does stand on deck. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Change up. Off the plate wide. It's 2-1. The 2-1 delivery from Morton. Inside. Changeup bends Wilmer Flores out of the way. It's 3-1. To Charlie Morton, once again with some 2-out trouble. Like to see a clean inning. Keep that pitch count down. The 3-1 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. Flores might have chased ball 4. So a full count to the Giants second baseman. Braves trail by just 1. The 3-2 pitch, top of the zone, called strike 3. Flores doesn't like it. Might have been a friendly call to Charlie, but we'll take it. We'll head to the top of the 6th already. It's 2-1. Grossman and the top of the order coming to the plate. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball every Friday night, first pitch to last pitch, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. We're 1 out away, Braves Country, from a trip to the World Series. Whatever superstition you got, do it. The entire city of Atlanta, the entire South is standing on their feet, trying to will the Braves into the World Series. Here's the 1-0 pitch. And he's got any friends on her. He's got the trumpets for the job. For the States. You're a leader.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
The batter has only a few thousandths of a second to decide to hit the ball. And yet the men who fail 7 times out of 10 are considered the game's greatest heroes.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves are seeing a pitching change. Have to find out what's going on with that. Carlos Rodon was not at a high pitch count, but Rogers is coming out. Tyler Rogers replacing Carlos Rodon. Rogers, a submarine right-handed pitcher, 4.20 ERA. Was once the closer for the Giants, fell on some hard times, took him out of that role. He's pitched well of late. So you would tend to think that he would just be in for the 1 inning and that it's bullpen the rest of the way. Try to find out what happened to Flores. Rodon. So that'll bring Robbie Grossman to the plate. Grossman batting from the left-hand side of the plate now. Not seeing any real reason other than maybe they're just trying to keep Rodon's pitch count or innings down heading into next year. First pitch on the way to Grossman, misses wide and outside. It's 1-0. Rodon was at 71 pitches. The 1-0 pitch. Whoa! Inside. Grossman has to bend out of the way. And it's 2-0. He lives on the slider and fastball. The 2-0 pitch is a slider top of the zone. Misses. It's 3-0. Braves with an opportunity to maybe get something going here in the top of the 6th. Thought Rodon would be in there for at least another inning. The 3-0 pitch on the edge of the corner. I guess it's 3-1. That pitch looked a little wide. Home plate umpire Brian Knight gave him the benefit of the doubt. 3-1 delivery is top of the zone. Grossman started to head down towards first, called a strike, and he's back in the box. It's 3-2. That one actually looked like a strike. The 3-2 pitch on the way to Grossman and swung on and fouled down the line. Staying alive, it's 3-2. Standing on deck is Acuna. Swanson in the hole. Braves trail by just one, still with 4 innings left to try to put some damage here on the Giants. They can win, they'll go into first place in the NL East. The 3-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is going to get dropped down into left field for a leadoff single. Jock Peterson's on it, gets it back into the infield. So a leadoff single for Robbie Grossman. Maybe that gets something going here for the Atlanta Braves here in the top of the 6th inning with the top of the order coming to the dish. Tried to sneak the fastball by him at the top of the zone, and Grossman just poked it into left field. This has got to be difficult for a right-handed batter to pick up on Rogers. We'll see how they do. The first pitch from Rogers to Acuna is taken for a strike right down the middle. 84-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 0-1. So it's not the heat that he brings. It's more or less the angle that the ball comes at you. The 0-1 pitch, slider outside. It's 1-1. Fastball is topping out around 84, 85 miles an hour, and the slider about 10 miles an hour or less. So he keeps you guessing on that. The 1-1 delivery to Acuna, high and out of the zone. It's 2-1. Giants 2, Braves 1, runner on first, nobody out, top of the 6th inning, top of the order. And here's the 2-1 pitch, swung on, and it's going to be a tailor-made 4-6-3 double play. Acuna banged it into the ground and right at the second baseman. And that's what Rogers tries to get you to do, is hit the ball on the ground. And there's 2 away. So that'll clear the bases. Braves will go back to work with Dansby Swanson coming to the plate. Swanson's 0 for 2. First pitch on the way to Swanson is a fastball at the knees, 84 miles an hour. It's 0-1. Rogers steps off the rubber for a second. Swanson gets reset on the 0-1 count. Here's the pitch. Swing, and fouls it down the line. Out of play. It's 0-2. If Dansby can keep it going, you've got Riley on deck, Matt Olson in the hole. I don't think they would let, if it got that far, I don't think they would let Rogers face Olson. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and wide and outside. It's 1-2. Fastball missing off the plate and out of the zone. The 1-2 slider way outside and high. It's 2-2. Rogers, the 16th pitch of the inning on the way, and that slider misses outside. Now a full count to Dansby. A 3-2 pitch on the way. As he gets set, the Submariner kicks and deals, and top of the zone, strike 3 called. Dansby knew it. He's throwing off all his batting gear and heading towards the field. Caught looking, will head to the bottom of the 6th. Braves trail by 1.
Yellow. What delay industries? Way off. Well, yeah, that's the right number, but this isn't an apartment. What? No problem. How did you know who they wanted? And you want to be my latex sale?
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Get 6 of you miss a play like that. All 6 of you. The ball jumped out of there as soon as we made contact. And nobody. What you were talking about you being on the field? No. What?
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Baseball has nearly all the qualities and the narrative that the country has. It's competitive. It's spirited. It's got the joshing, and it's got the intellectual side, the great students of it. It's also got labor unions and management and gimmicks and promotion and venality, great public fools in baseball and great public heroes and self-serving people and generous people. And it has pride and unity of town and of country, and it'll do for a figure for the American system.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Charlie Morton is back out there for a 6th inning, and he'll face Jock Peterson, Villar, and Crawford. The first pitch is on the way to Peterson. He pops it up. Major league pop-up into left field, but underneath it is Grossman fighting the sun, makes the catch, and there's one away. Charlie Morton trying to get through this 6th inning here. 89 pitches so far. He'll face David Villar. The right-handed third baseman is 1 for 2 on the day, and the first pitch is a fastball inside, and they're going to say it clipped something on him. Maybe got his jersey. I'll have to take a second look here, but he'll head down to first. Second hit batsman of the game by Charlie Morton. Let's see, take a look at it again. I guess maybe it caught the arm pad. I don't know. It's really hard to tell if it even hit him, but I'm assuming that the home plate umpire heard something. So that'll bring Crawford to the plate. Crawford's 0 for 2. So you got a runner on first with 1 away. Brandon Crawford. And then J.D. Davis. Crawford's 0 for 2. The 1-0 pitch is way outside. Ball 2. It's 2-0. Have my doubts that Charlie will face J.D. Davis, who is 2 for 2 and has hit him hard both times. The 2-0 pitch. Top of the zone misses ball 3. It's 3-0. Pitch from Morton on the way, and fastball right there, taken for a strike. Intercut just over the knees. It's 3-1. Warming up in the Atlanta bullpen, you got the lefty and the righty. Tyler Matzik from the left side, Jesse Chavez from the right side. The 3-1 pitch. Top of the zone, does not get the call. Ball 4. So he's got a hit batsman. A 5-pitch walk. And runners on first and second with 1 away. Contreras is coming out to talk to him. They might just be buying some time. Morton's going to wander around. We'll see if Snicker comes out there. The way Contreras was reacting, it almost felt like that, well, maybe they are going to let him in there, keep him in there. That's really surprising. JD Davis has hit the ball hard against Morton. 2 for 2. The double, a run scored, an RBI. Snicker's going to leave him in there. We'll see what happens here. On deck is the left-hander Willie Calhoun, which would bring in Matzik, but they'll counter with the right-handed hitter. First pitch on the way to Davis is in the dirt, nowhere close to the zone. It's 1-0. These are the types of things that drives the Braves country nuts. And here comes Snicker finally. So he lets him get down 1-0, and now he comes waddling out of the dugout. We're going to hit the break. When we come back, looks like Jesse Chavez will try to clean up this mess, inheriting a 1-0 count. We'll be back in just a moment. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Shut up, Frank! Shut up! Let's go! Right, I haven't been here for 9 innings with you. There's the best team in National League. Oh, they lose 1 game. They lost 5. They lost 5 out of last 6. They're falling apart. The Braves never lose.
Armchair.
One pitch away from a pitcher's absolute nirvana. A perfect game. Dennis Martinez ready, and the 1-2 pitch popped in the air to center field. Going deep on it is Marcus Grissom. He's got it on the track. Dennis Martinez being mobbed by his teammates on this 28th of July, 1991. Dennis Martinez has reached the ultimate, a perfect game against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Nothing scratchy, nothing fluky. It was a masterpiece.
The proposition to throw the World Series was first brought to me in New York City in front of the Ansonia Hotel. Chick Gandil came to me and said he wanted a conference. He asked me if anybody had approached me on the 1919 World Series with the purpose of fixing. I told him not yet. He asked me if it was fixed, would I be willing to get in and go through with it? I told him I would refuse to answer. Right then. Lefty Williams.
Gandil recruited 6 teammates. Pitcher Claude Lefty Williams. Outfielder Oscar Happy Felch. Third baseman Buck Weaver. Shortstop Swede Rispberg. Right-handed pitcher Eddie Cicotti. And the idol of schoolboys all over the Midwest, Joseph Jefferson Jackson.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 2-1, runners on first and second. Charlie Morton being replaced by Jesse Chavez. The first pitch out of the gate is a fastball off the edge. It is 2-0 because Chavez was brought in after a 1-0 count. So this batter would belong to Morton. The 2-0 delivery on the way, swing and a miss. Cutter top of the zone, and it's 2-1. Charlie Morton responsible for the runners on first and second and at home plate. The 2-1 pitch from Chavez. Inside. Ball 3, it's 3-1. Standing on deck, the designated hitter, Calhoun. The 3-1 pitch from Chavez. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Full count now. Cutter top of the zone. 88 miles an hour, but enough to get by Davis. So you got a full count, runners on first and second, 1 away. Braves trail by just 1, bottom of the 6th. Here's the pitch off the plate wide. That'll load the bases. Bases loaded and 1 away. And Willie Calhoun, who is 0 for 1, comes to the plate. Almost yanked one out of the park last time up. The 0-1, the first pitch to him is a strike right there over the plate. It's 0-1. Giants 2, Braves 1, bases loaded, 1 away. Cutter right down Main Street, taken all the way. It's 0-2. Standing on deck is the catcher, Wins. See if they may pinch it for him. Here's the 0-2 pitch off the plate wide, taken by Calhoun for a ball at 1-2. One-two pitch, swung on and popped up. Will it stay in play? Giving chase over into foul territory is Austin Riley. He'll make the catch, and a huge out, number 2. Keeps the runners close to the bags. Could not advance. And Jesse Chavez got that big out. Not out of the woods yet, but a little bit of a sigh of relief. Here's the first pitch on the way to Wins. He does stay in to take the at bat, and it's a cutter at the edge of the plate, called for a strike. Good pitch by Chavez. It's 0-1. Austin Wins 1 for 2 with an RBI single in the second inning. The 0-1 pitch swung on and roasted right up the middle, past the glove of Grissom. 1 run will score. 2 runs will score. It's 4-1 San Francisco. Jesse Chavez almost got him out of the jam, but a single just past Grissom hit it right back up the middle. And shockingly, for the first time in a while, you don't have Grissom playing over in that area. Seems to be more logical that you would have him there. So Snicker's going to go back out and bring in Matzik. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
What does that smell? That's East River.
You're swimming in the East River, the most heavily trafficked, overly contaminated waterway on the eastern seaboard?
Technically, Norfolk has more gross tonnage.
How could you swim in that water?
I saw a couple of other guys out there.
Swimming?
Well, floating. They weren't moving much, but they were out there.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
This is Jim Rome. Join me in the jungle for your phone calls and the biggest names in sports. Stop by weekdays, noon until 3 Eastern, 9 to noon Pacific.
You ever heard this one? Why go out for hamburger if you have steak at home? Well, what if your steak has an attitude problem?
The most pugnacious Oriole of them all was the third baseman, John Joseph McGraw. McGraw was born in Truxton, New York, the first of 8 children of an Irish immigrant railroad worker and his wife. When diphtheria struck his village in 1884, one by one, he watched as first his mother and then 4 of his brothers and sisters died. His father took out his grief and anger on his son, beating him so often and so mercilessly that at 12 he feared for his life and ran away from home. He supported himself at odd jobs until he won himself a place on the Olean, New York professional team at 16, and never again willingly took orders from any man.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves now trail 4-1, and Tyler Matzik comes to the mound. Matzik to face the right-handed Lewis Brinson, who's in for Wade Jr. Lamonte Wade Jr. was playing right field. Brinson is an outfielder, so you'd figure he would stay in. Brinson, one of the biggest prospects in baseball just a couple of years ago. Here's the 1-0 pitch and swing and a miss. Strike one. Fastball out of the zone high. Brinson could not make contact, and it's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch for Matzik. Runners on first and second with 2 away, and slider in the dirt. Did he go around? He did. Strike 2. Good pitch by Matzik. Seems really unnecessary that the Braves would be in this position because Charlie was kind of running on fumes. When he gave up that first batter, you'd think they would have went to the pen then, and instead kind of waited for everything to unravel. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt. Ball gets away. Terrible hop off the plate. Contreras does not get in front of it to block it. He tried to just kind of shimmy his way in front of it. So the ball goes off the plate, ricochets, and probably not a lot Contreras could do. Ball goes all the way over to first base. So the runners move up 90 feet. You got runners on second and third, 2 away, a 2-2 pitch now. A single may put this game. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Never mind. That'll end the inning. Slider got him. And we'll head to the top of the 7th. We need some runs, boys. Braves trail 4-1.
Fatigue makes cowards of us all. You can't play fatigued. Therefore, it's up to you to be in prime physical condition. You've got to keep yourself in prime physical condition because a fatigued player is a coward.
Armchair.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
He batted .321 or better over 9 consecutive seasons and stole 436 bases. Although he was short and weighed barely 120 pounds, he tripped opposing runners on the base paths, blocked them, spiked them, and rarely complained when they did the same to him. We'd spit tobacco juice on a spike wound, he remembered, rub dirt in it, and get out there and play. Mayhem seemed to follow John McGraw wherever he went. When he got into a fistfight with the opposing third baseman in Boston in 1894, both benches emptied. Fans began brawling. Someone set the stands on fire, and the entire wooden ballpark and 170 neighborhood buildings went up in flames.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail at 4-1. It's a little bit of defensive change here. Yastrzemski's going to go to right field. Lewis Brinson stays in the game and goes to center field. As Wade is out of the game, Rogers is going to come back out there to face at least Riley. Riley takes the first pitch out wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Riley's 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts, both of those against Carlos Rodon. The 1-0 pitch swung on and hit hard on the ground, but right at the shortstop. Crawford scoops and flips, and it's a quick put out to start the top of the 7th. Now a 3-run lead and not a 1-run lead. I think Rogers may have gotten an opportunity, but he will not. Manager Gabe Kapler is out to make a pitching change. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Olsen will be at the plate facing the lefty.
Hey, we're Gigolo. How much do you think I could charge at night?
Here or in Japan?
Forget Japan. How much would you pay?
I don't know. $1?
I think I'm worth at least 300.
Oh, I don't think so.
All night.
I know. You're a gigolo.
Yeah, well, you hired me. I'm the victim here.
Did I force you into this life?
Yes. You and every woman like you.
Geico knows there are many reasons why you ride. From the exciting adventure of the daily commute to the peace of mind that Geico always has your back with 24/7 access to claim service and legendary customer service. But Pamela Mund had one reason in particular.
My skin is extremely averse to most fabrics, except for the soft, buttery feeling of leather. Thankfully, I found my clan of leather lovers in the biking community. It's been life-changing.
Geico Motorcycle. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Hey, football fans, the Armchair Quarterback Show is back Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. A 3-hour wake-up show that'll cover it all. College football, the NFL, fantasy football, and Major League Baseball. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
Laborers leave the shade and quiet of a shop for the sun and fury of a ball ground. They stand and they exercise for hours. They attest that they mean to be men and not machines. Athletic games carry men back to their days of childhood. There is indeed, morally, a home base in all of them, as there is literally in baseball.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 4-1. We're here in the top of the 7th inning. Giants making a pitching change. Scott Alexander, the left-hander with the 2.8 ERA, comes to the mound. It's time to hit that turn back time here in a second. We'll squeeze that in as we go along. The first pitch on the way, and Matt Olson swings at the first pitch and pop can of corn over on the second base side. Catch made by the third baseman who was playing in the shift, and there's one away. On this date, 1998, the Atlanta Braves clinched their 7th division title in a row, beating the Philadelphia Phillies 4-2. On this date, September 14th, 1968, Denny McClain gets his 30th win for the Detroit Tigers. He would finish that season at 31-6, the last 30-game winner. First pitch on the way to Contreras. He's taken all the way, and it's a strike right down the pipe, and it's 0-1. San Francisco 4, Braves 1. Braves needing a late rally to stay just a half game back of the Mets. The 0-1 pitch misses wide. It's 1-1. On this date in 1986, Bo Jackson hits his first career home run, a 475-foot bomb, the longest ever in Kauffman Stadium. The 1-1 pitch is fouled off, fastball outer edge. It's 1-2. And on this date in 1987, Cal Ripken Sr. ends Cal Ripken Jr.'s 8,243 inning streak. Toronto was beating the Orioles 18-3 at the time, as the one-two pitch is fouled down the line. It's 1-2. When asked why he was pulled out of the game, his father, Cal Sr., said, "What the hell? It's not like he could hit a 20-run home run." One of the best quotes you'll find. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Contreras. Just gets a piece of it and fouls it back. It's 1-2. And that was on turn back time, this date on September 14th. Birthdays just ahead. Braves down 4-1. Here's the 1-2 pitch and swung on, comebacker up the middle, backhanded attempt, but it's going to get through. A seeing eye single, should be a single, just got underneath the glove of the second baseman who tried to backhand it. Would have been a tough play. I don't know if he could have gotten Contreras anyways. Maybe that'll get the Braves going here. Just underneath the glove. But his momentum was taking him all the way to third base side. I don't think he could have gotten Contreras, who runs pretty well for a catcher. The only thing he could have possibly done is the first pitch to Michael Harris is a little inside, but called for a strike is 0-1. You've seen it before that he could have possibly flipped it to Crawford, who was heading in that direction. And that, if he could have timed that up perfectly, may have had a chance. The 0-1 pitch to Harris swung on, and it's a dribbler, and charging, making the play as the third baseman, Villar, and that'll end the inning. 5-3 put out. Braves put one on, but failed to score. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th. Get up and stretch, y'all. It's the 7th inning stretch.
All right. Can't see you. Let me hear you.
Katie was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every Sue. Katie Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around at the old ball game.
Katie saw all the games, knew the players by their first names, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Katie knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys she knew, she made the gang sing this song.
Me out to the ball game. Come on. Me out to the crowd. Buy me the peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I never get back. Root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail at 4-1. We head to the bottom of the 7th inning. Tyler Matzik will head back out there to the mound. He'll face Yastrzemski, leading off from the left-hand side of the plate. Another one of these day games that it does feel like that the Braves are just kind of long road trip. Wouldn't say they're phoning it in, but it doesn't seem like that they're full of life like you normally see them. The first pitch on the way, and it's fouled back against the screen. It's 0-1. Braves and Phillies Friday night. We'll be back here 7:20 first pitch. Max Fried on the mound. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt wide. It's 1-1. Both Braves and Mets are off this weekend. Or excuse me, not this weekend, excuse me, tomorrow. The 1-1 pitch is in the dirt, ball 2. It's 2-1. Looking at the schedule, Friday, the Mets are at home against Pittsburgh. So Braves don't expect to get much help again. The 2-1 pitch fouled down the left field, the third baseline. Check swing foul. It's 2-2. Making these games oh so much more important. Now, come Monday, the Mets do go on the road. They have to go to Milwaukee, which should be a little bit more of a tougher series. The 2-2 pitch, fastball, outer edge, called for a wide strike 3. We'll take it. There's one away. It's a 3-game series in Milwaukee. They'll play 2 night games and then a day game on Wednesday. And then looking at it past that, what the Mets will have, they go on the road to Oakland. When the Mets come back just before the Braves series, as the first pitch is on the way and hit high and not very deep into left field, underneath it is Grossman, and there's quickly 2 away. right before the Braves series, Mets-Braves series, the Mets will be at home for 2 games against the Marlins. Then they'll go to Atlanta for 3, but then the end of the season, and this is why it's so difficult for the Braves to catch them, and you don't want to lose out on a game like this where Rodon gets pulled early. The Mets will then finish the year as the first pitch on the way to Estrada, who's pinch hitting for Jock Peterson, taken for a strike outside. It's 0-1. 2 outs. 0-1 pitch. Swung on and hit just foul. Got underneath the glove of Riley. If that was fair, that was going to be trouble. The Mets will finish the season at home against the Washington Nationals. The Braves will finish the season at Miami. And everything being even, Mets, you got to favor the Mets' chances. They're going to be at home. They're going to be home against one of the worst teams in baseball. 95-mile-an-hour fastball misses inside. Estrada had to kind of jump out of the way. And it's 1-2. Now, leading up to all that, the Braves are going to be at home for 6 games against Philly this weekend, and then at home against Washington, and then at Philly and at Washington going into the Mets series. The 1-2 pitch. Outer edge taken for a called ball 2. It's 2-2. So if Atlanta's going to win this division yet again, they're going to have to take advantage of when they play the bad teams. Now, I wouldn't consider San Francisco a bad team. They're just a team that had a bad year. They're a pretty good baseball team, but you had a chance to win this one today. The 2-2 pitch in the dirt, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. So a shutdown inning, maybe that'll get the Braves going. We've got Grissom, Ozuna, and Grossman heading to the plate. We get it turned around here, the top of the order. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball.
You can't drink like me. You can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
Armchair.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, it's a new decade, people. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines 2 of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Invidium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
What's going on here, guys?
All right, coach. So basically, it was a holding call. But these dudes started me in their fantasy league, which is cool because this dude started our quarterback, but he started our kicker and I started their defense. So it's kind of a pickle.
Compromising the integrity of this game with your fantasy football leagues? Listen to me. If there was holding, you make that holding call. I don't care if it was on our team or not. I care about this game too much to let you.
Coach, you started their defense too, didn't you?
Yeah, you definitely started their defense.
Damn right I did.
Armchair.
My grandfather was a sour old man, and I liked him. He lived with us. But he was out in the backyard throwing a ball when I was a little kid. He's smoking his pipe, and he said, you like baseball? And I said, yeah. He said, what do you play? I said, I'm a shortstop. And he said, that's what I used to play. And I said, you used to play? About a year or so later, I found the local paper did a 50-year anniversary thing, and there was a reprint of a game that he had played in 1892, and it said, Watts. His name was Fred Watts, shortstop. And he had 2 hits. And I thought my grandfather played baseball in 1892. So it's part of existence. It's part of our heritage.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 4-1. But if you're going to get something going, this would be a good time to do it. John Brebbia is coming into the game right-handed with a 2.88 ERA in 59 innings, 48 strikeouts. We've got Vaughn Grissom, Ozuna, or possibly a pinch hitter coming to the plate. The first pitch swing and a miss from Grissom. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on and missed. It's quickly 0-2. The 0-2 pitch misses high and outside, 95-mile-an-hour fastball. And it's 1-2. 1-2 on the way. Half-hearted swing, dribbler over to first, covering the bag is the pitcher, Brebbia. He'll step on it, flip from Davis, and it's a 3-1 putout to start the inning. Kind of an excuse me swing there. I don't think Grissom wanted to go around. That slider was a little bit out of the zone, and he tried to hold up, and end of the bat just made contact. So Eddie Rosario will pinch hit for Marcell Ozuna. Rosario comes in today. The first pitch to Rosario is in the dirt. It's 1-0. Rosario batting .201 on the year. 4 home runs, 567 OPS. Kind of a disappointing year, very disappointing year. Of course, he had to deal with the eye injury. The 1-0 pitch off the plate wide, but called for a really wide strike. It's 1-1. Braves hope to get his back going by October like last year. The 1-1 pitch swung on and grounded over towards the third base line. They were in the shift. Brebbia's got it, but no chance to throw out Rosario hustling down the line. It'll look like a line drive in the box score tomorrow, but it's an infield single with one away. Type of play that normally you need to get rallies going. You rarely see rallies going where every single ball is a hard hit ball. That'll bring Robbie Grossman to the plate. Grossman takes the first pitch outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Grossman's had a pretty good day today, 2 for 2. 6 home runs on the year, 4 in Atlanta. The 1-0 pitch is swung on and the miss over the top. And it's 1-1. Standing on deck is Acuna and then Swanson. They can keep it going. The 1-1 swing and fouls it back against the screen. It's 1-2. San Francisco 4, Atlanta 1. Top of the 8th, 1 on, 1 out. Grossman digs in and pitch is swung on and hit down the left field line, giving chase, dropping down for a single. I thought that was going to be foul. The question was whether they could catch it, but it actually stays in play. They had Grossman play deep, and they had him playing to pull a little bit. So the left fielder had to give a long run. By the time he got there, that ball dropped in for a single. Runners on first and second with 1 away. Unfortunately, Rosario had to play it very conservatively because he couldn't tell, nor can anyone else, that ball was going to drop or not. dropped maybe 3-4 feet in front of the fielder. So he had to hold up, which held up, obviously, Grossman. But runners on first and second with one away. Ronald Acuna Jr. comes to the plate, and he swings at the first pitch and bangs it off the home plate for foul, strike number 1. San Francisco 4, Atlanta 1, top of the 8th inning. Runners on first and second. The 0-1 pitch misses high and wide. It's 1-1. Looking for something to watch tonight. Cubs and Mets will be. The 1-1 pitch is just off the plate. And they call that a strike. And wow, was that a bad call? It's 1-2. Cunha can't believe it, kind of walks around shaking his head, but away from the umpire. That was a terrible call by Brian Knight. The 1-2 delivery, swing and a miss, strike 3. And that was a direct result of the terrible call, strike 2 call. Acuna had to chase that as that pitch started just on the plate, then dove out of the zone. That'll bring Dansby Swanson to the plate. He's 0 for 3 with a pop out and 2 strikeouts. Runners on first and second, 2 away. Here's the first pitch to Dansby. It's a fastball, top of the zone, 96 miles an hour, and it's 0-1. Really changed that at bat. It should have been 2-1, which means Acuna doesn't swing at that pitch, nor does he probably get it. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled down the third base line, and now it's 0-2. Braves down to the last strike in this inning. Inning that was really looking promising before that terrible call by home plate umpire Brian Knight. Giants are warming up. Right-hander in the bullpen. I'm assuming it's their closer, Duvall. He throws like triple digits on the regular. So you'd love to break through here and not have to face him. Dodged him in this series. The 0-2 pitch just off the plate. Good eye by Dansby. It's 1-2. Similar pitch to the one that Acuna swung at, but it started a little off the plate. I think a little easier for Dansby to recognize. 2 on, 2 out. The 1-2 pitch to Dansby. High, ball 2. Tried to get Dansby to chase the high fastball, but that was about eye high over the plate. So deuces are wild. 2 on, 2 out. A 2-2 count to the number 2 hitter, Dansby Swanson. Here's the pitch, swung on and fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. You know he doesn't want to go to 3-2 because that would have the runners off to the races. Austin Riley stands on deck. You wonder if they load the bases here, if he may go to his closer early. He being the manager, Kapler. The 2-2 pitch swung on and popped up. Will it stay in play? It will not. We'll do it again at 2-2. Runners on first and second as Dansby gets back into the box and gets ready for that 2-2 pitch. Swing and hit into center field, but right at the center fielder, Brinson. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves threaten here in the top of the eighth, but fail to score. We head to the bottom of the eighth. It's 4-1 in San Francisco.
Hey, what we always call on the game, PlayStation game, what we always call? Heads or tail on the PlayStation game. Tail. All right, then. You should have told him tail. I thought you told him. No, I told you. I thought you knew the special team always told him. They don't play the PlayStation like us. They don't play it like us. I thought you told him. That's why I said it. They don't play the PlayStation like us. They don't play it like us.
This year, choose a yogurt that's right for you. With 2 grams of sugar per 5.3-ounce serving. Too Good Greek yogurt is too good to be true. So Delicious dairy-free yogurt and Silk yogurt alternatives are delicious plant-based swaps you can enjoy by the spoon or add to recipes. Oikos 000 yogurt and Light and Fit yogurt are tasty, non-fat yogurt options. So many flavors, varieties, and possibilities. Elevate any recipe and your everyday with yogurt. Shop at Target.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
You think about it. What is there in your life, besides your love of family, maybe, that carries all the way through from almost your earliest recollections till the day you die, and you care about it in one way or another? There are very, very few things that make that list. We come to things at various times in our lives when we can comprehend them, when we have an interest in them. But we have a child's interest in baseball, in my case, from the time I was 5. I can't imagine never having an interest in baseball. So it will be one of the few things in my life that I have cared about in one way or another all the way through.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves are going to send Jackson Stevens out to the mound and try to get him some work in as the Braves trail by 3. They'll hope to rally here in the bottom of the 9th. Top of the hour, Armchair Quarterback show, Hump Day with Justin Waller. We'll be talking baseball, football, reactions to this game, obviously. You'll stay right here on this feed. The first pitch from Stevens is taken for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch right there at the knees. Good pitch by Stevens. Quickly 0-2. Like to see Stevens get back to early season form. The 0-2 pitch on the way, and curveball misses wide. It's 1-2. Villar's 1 for 2 on the day. Standing on deck is Brandon Crawford. JD Davis scheduled to bat after that. The 1-2 from Stevens, swung on and grounded back to the mound. Running over there, making the play is Stevens. He fires it over to first in the ground. A one-hop, beautiful catch by Olsen. And there's one away. Olsen had to backhand that in the dirt. Stevens threw it pretty close to the base, but a great one hop grab by Olsen. The Platinum Glover shows why, and there's one away. That'll bring Brandon Crawford to the plate. Stevens kicks and deals. And the first pitch is a curveball, a wide curveball called for a strike. Crawford does not like it. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back. It's 0-2. So it's not just the players that may be phoning in the day games. I think Brian Knight's ready to hit the road wherever he's headed to next. That was a wide couple of strikes we've seen here in the last inning or so. The 0-2 pitch is way outside. He did not call that one a strike. It's 1-2. One-two delivery on the way. Swung on and fouled back. Fastball top of the zone. We'll do it again at 1-2. One-two pitch from Stevens is swung on, a comebacker. This one will be much easier to handle. Stevens flips it over to Olson covering first, and it's a 1-3 put out back to back to start the bottom of the 8th. Appreciate you stopping by and enjoying the game here on Braves Country Baseball. We're here every Tuesday and Friday night. This is a pop-up broadcast. If you missed it earlier, if the game is relevant, we plan on doing the pop-up broadcast. Game 3 of the Mets Braves. It's a Sunday night affair announced by ESPN. 7 o'clock first pitch. That'll be in a few weekends, but just wanted to remind everybody. First pitch on the way to Davis is missed for a ball, 1-0. The 1-0 pitch from Stevens. Strike called on the outer edge. Fastball, and it's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Curveball, top of the zone. Good pitch. Taken for a strike. Davis didn't like it. Did look like that one did clip the top of the zone, and it's 1-2. To answer that question, I do see the comments. I just don't see them continuously. The first pitch, the 1-2 pitch on the way is a fastball fouled down the line. We'll do it again at 1-2. Trying to keep my eyes on everything else. I check the chat from time to time, usually during the breaks. San Francisco 4, Atlanta 1. Bottom of the 8th inning. The 1-2 delivery. Just off the plate. Curveball misses. And it's 2-2. The Atlanta Braves will have the heart of the order due up in the 9th inning. 2-2 pitch. Swung on and fouled off just in front of the plate. Grounded over towards third. We'll do it again at 2-2. Giants 4, Braves 1. Bottom of the 8th inning. It'll be Riley, Olson, and Contreras due up in the 9th. The 2-2 pitch, curveball swung on and hit high, but foul and out of play over towards the first base dugout into the second section. We'll do it again at 2-2. This will be the 8th pitch of the at bat. The 2-2 delivery on the way, swing and fouls it down the line again. Davis 2 for 2 on the day. Not giving in to Stevens. Long at bat here. You got a 2-2 count. Stevens kicks and deals, and then a fastball fouled again. This will be the 10th pitch of the at bat coming up. Two away in the bottom of the 8th. JD Davis, always a pesky hitter. The 2-2, way outside wide, ball 3, full count. Contreras was set up inside, and he had to leap towards his left to prevent that ball going to the backstop. Here's a 3-2 pitch, swing and hit hard on the ground, but a nice diving stop by Olson, jumps to his feet, flips it over to Stevens, and that'll end the inning. So we got a 1-3, a 1-3, and to finish the inning, a 3-1. We'll head to the top of the 9th inning. Braves need 3 with the heart of the order on the way.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I might audible. I'll use. Red Polly, blue poncho. Dilly, Rambo. Give me first shot here.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be there it is. Another flag on the play.
Multiple flags on the play. Holding. Offense number 97. That penalty was declined. Touchdown. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense number 22. Penalty will be applied to the kickoff.
This is going to be one of the strangest calls.
That son of a... You playing against Dick this week? Yeah. Could be worse, man. When I played against him, he ejected all my players.
Armchair.
Out of room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive.
The fundamental reason for the popularity of the game is the fact that it is a national safety valve. A young, ambitious, and growing nation needs to let off steam. Baseball serves the same purpose as a revolution in Central America or a thunderstorm on a hot day. A tonic, an exercise, baseball is second only to death as a leveler. So long as it remains our national game, America will abide no monarchy, and anarchy will be too slow.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Camilo Duvall will be coming in to try to close this out. Duvall, one of the hardest throwers in Major League Baseball, tops out at over 100 regularly. He's got a 2.58 ERA, a 1.25 WHIP, 59 innings pitched, 69 strikeouts. He's set to face the heart of the Braves order: Riley, Olson, and Contreras. His right-handed batting average against is 179, left-handed 274. The righties have a really hard time picking up his pitches. Here's the first pitch on the way from Duvall, and it's a 99-mile-an-hour fastball right down the pipe, swung on and miss, and it's 0-1. Duvall 100 miles an hour on the outer edge, and it's quickly 0-2. Braves down to their last 3 outs. Duvall from the Dominican Republic. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss. 102 miles an hour at the top of the zone. And there's one away. Duvall, 25 years old, from the Dominican Republic. Second year in the league. Really came onto the scene last year. Was the setup man for the Giants last year, and now has been transitioned into the closing role. First pitch to Olson is a 100-mile-an-hour. They're calling it a sinker, but that's a fastball, and it's 0-1. Does have a little bit of movement. Kind of reminds you of a reverse of Mariano Rivera's cutter. The 0-1 pitch is fouled off the plate. Slider took a little bit off, just 92 miles an hour. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. High and outside. Heater misses it. 1-2. Olson did hit a home run against Doval in Atlanta earlier this year. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, slider in the dirt, and the Braves are down to their final out. We'll turn our attention to the Cubs tonight and root them on. Hopefully they can keep the Mets just a half game in front. If not, we'll go into the weekend 1.5 out. We are at home for the next 6. That'll bring William Contreras to the plate. Contreras 2 for 3, takes the first pitch right down the pipe, 100 miles an hour, and it's 0-1. Seattle leads San Diego 6-1. That game's in the top of the 7th. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. Didn't get a chance to get into the birthdays this year. We'll hit the big ones. Kid Nichols. Let's skip that one. How about let's just do the baseball ones? As the 0-2 pitch misses outside, it's 1-2. Gregory Polanco, now in the Japanese league. He turns 31. Tim Wallach of Montreal Expos fame is 65. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt, ball 2, it's 2-2. Jimmy Butler of the Miami Heat turns 31. Larry Brown is 82, the NBA coach. And Kimberly Williams, wife of Brad Paisley, father of the bride fame, she turns 51, and that's your birthdays. The 2-2 pitch, fastball outer edge taken all day, and that'll end the inning. That'll end the game. Strike called. And the Braves drop 2 of 3 in San Francisco, and the long road trip at 4-4, which is not exactly terrible. We fall to a game behind the Mets. Hopefully the Cubs can pull off the unthinkable and sweep the Mets in New York. We'll see you Friday night, 7:20, first pitch, Braves versus Philly. We're going to keep the stream up as the Armchair Quarterback show, top of the hour, comes to you. Justin Wall and I will be reacting to the series, reacting to Braves and Giants baseball. We'll talk a little football. We'll see you at 7:00 Eastern. Take a little bit of a break, and we will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Make sure when your shift is over, you go home alive.
Follow CBS Sports Radio in the Twitterverse for breaking sports news. Go to twitter.com/CBS Sports Radio.
Look at that. The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence. That's it. We're never having sex again. Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast, not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
Braves fans. The Armchair Quarterback's YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterback's YouTube channel.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake. The former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all. And Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. There's somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out.
We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on these CBS Sports affiliates and catching the show on YouTube Live. The Armchair Quarterbacks bring you Braves Country Baseball every Tuesday and Friday night, play-by-play with Mac McGee. Find Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live today. Please subscribe and share and take us everywhere you go. The Armchair Quarterbacks, your first choice for Southern sports talk, live from the First Coast. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Show. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Home of Braves Country Baseball, Tuesday and Friday nights, along with pop-up shows, and the Armchair Quarterbacks Show, which airs live Saturday mornings. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. baseball fans. The Armchair Quarterback Show is back Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. A 3-hour wake-up show that'll cover it all. College football, the NFL, fantasy football, and Major League Baseball. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
I think my jersey was one of the top selling jerseys around the world. It was like Kobe, LeBron, and then I was right behind them, and I didn't make a dollar from it, but nor did I want to, because I knew going into college what it was all about. I knew going to my dream school, where I wanted to go, the passion for it, and if I could support my team, support my college, support my university, that's what it's all about. But now we're changing it from us, from we, from my university, from being an alumni where I care, which makes college football and college sports special, to then, okay, it's not about us, it's not about we, it's just about me. And yes, I know we live in a selfish culture where it's all about us, but we're just adding and piling it onto that, where it changes what's special about college football. We turn it into the NFL, where who has the most money, that's where you go. That's why people are more passionate about college sports than they are about NFL. That's why the stadiums are bigger in college than they are in the NFL, because it's about your team, it's about your university, it's about where my family wanted to go. And you're taking that away so that young kids can earn $1. And that's just not where I feel like college football needs to go.
Armchair.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Join the Armchair Quarterback Show for its 9th season. And this year, we're doing it all in one show. Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. We'll be talking college football, the SEC, the Big Ten, other big games of the day. We'll be diving into the National Football League, focusing on the Southern football teams and all the big matchups throughout the land. And doing it while covering the point spreads, the over-unders, prop bets, fantasy football. We'll tell you who to start and who to sit, and everybody's favorite, the stupid underdog picks. And we'll cover Major League Baseball all the way through October and beyond. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern and noon Eastern, Saturday mornings. Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
Lager had a beer that brought the forest down. I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to I drink a beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle trunk deck, it's got enough for anything. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere. Lager brings out the patriot in you.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterback's YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterback's YouTube channel. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Hey, football fans. The Armchair Quarterback Show is back. Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. A 3-hour wake-up show that'll cover it all. College football, the NFL, fantasy football, and Major League Baseball. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show. 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
Enjoy Sundress Days, epic stays, and plenty of room in Grand Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. We're ready for that well-deserved staycation. Our 23 miles of Golden Lighthouse Overlook. Find wide open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, live and mountain style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Join the Armchair Quarterback Show for its 9th season. This year, we're doing it all in one show. Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. We'll be talking college football, the SEC, the Big Ten, other big games. We'll be diving into the National Football League, focusing on the Southern football teams and all the big matchups throughout the land. Doing it, covering the point spreads, the over-unders, the prop bets, fantasy football. We'll tell you who to start, who to sit, and everybody's favorite, the stupid underdog picks. We'll cover Major League Baseball all the way through October and beyond. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern and noon Eastern, Saturday mornings on Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
Make contact. A collective psychosis is sweeping the nation. We're in the thick of the haze craze. The nation is introducing the altered state of IPA. Calculations, growing bitterness, with explosion of Hockamona. This hazy IPA bursts with notes of bright raspberry, citrus, guava, and passion fruit. Available in 6-pack cans and stores in all Seattle Orange locations. Make contact.
Saturday mornings, the Armchair Quarterbacks, a Southern tradition like no other. We dive into the Southeastern Conference and the Southern teams in the National Football League. We talk the betting lines, fantasy football. So join us Saturday mornings and get your football weekend started right with the Armchair Quarterbacks, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, right here on Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
I'm not audible. I'll use. Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Billy! Rambo! Listen to the Armchair Quarterbacks. This portion of the show is brought to you by the best things in life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers. Dread running into the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. That's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What is this, Jay-Z?
This is Jennifer Lopez's Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up the armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful we can succeed in the NFL. From the 35, is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Danny Marino! There's Marino right up the field. Goal for a touchdown number 37. Other season breaks the all-time NFL record. Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Cooper. Cooper has returned, and he is Cooper. They are going to bring pressure again.
This is going to roll away. Throws it up in the air. Says a prayer. Jesus is in the snap. Please.
It's the 21st century, and there are just so many fun and exciting ways to lose your money. So many ways to make your life even more interesting with crippling financial burdens. Why not one more way? New in Canada, it's Solitaire, MMORPG. Play with yourself, online. See other people playing with themselves, online. Poverty Poker Online, now offering Solitaire. A new way to lose all your money, even your home, from the comfort of your own home.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks. 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
Armchair.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Armchair. YouTube Live.
CBS Sports
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station? It's everything.
I like everything. It's always on my radio. We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Show. We're here weekdays on CBS Radio, YouTube Live, the Armchair Quarterback Show, your first choice for Southern sports talk. Good afternoon, Mr. Justin Waller.
Good afternoon, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. Man, what an NFL week one that was. What'd we have? 4 or 5 teams come back with more than 10-point deficits, come back 4 game-winning field goals. Amazing week one. Keep it up, NFL.
Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. Thank God that road trip is over, Braves, man. Let's get the hell back home and get back to winning. 4-4 is not terrible, but, man, we were so close to going back home in the first place.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Welcome to the Armchair Quarterback Radio Show. I'm Mac McGee with Justin Waller. Justin, how are you?
Well, that brave snooze fest is over. I'm better now. Hate to see you get off the. You wanted to get off the snide there and get a W, but man, that was a slow played out 4-1 loss.
Yeah, I mean, the only good part of the entire thing out there in San Francisco is we avoided the sweep last night, but you really look at it, I feel like they should have swept the Mariners. Kenley Jansen blew that left and right. Look at what you could have pulled off. We'll throw this game away and just say that they didn't play good baseball. But, they had some opportunities in Monday night's game. I mean, we could have really been looking at not only just in the first place, we could have been a game or two in front of the Mets. But anyways, we're now an even game behind them, but the Mets play tonight. We're pulling for the Cubs to do the unthinkable, go into New York and sweep the Mets. So hopefully our old friend Drew Smiley will make that happen tonight. And the Mets don't have one of their aces. I know he's given us fits, but David Peterson's numbers, I mean, he's got a high 3 ERA. Usually with him, he's either on or he is off. So hopefully we get the bad version, and hopefully they can look. Braves are coming home, but the Mets are still at home this weekend against the Pirates. So anyway you look at it, we got a tougher road this weekend because we're going to be at home against the Phillies. And though the Phillies may not be heading to the World Series, they are heading to the playoffs, and the Pirates are heading to buy season tickets for the Steelers is where they're heading. They're heading to the ticket window. But anyways, we go back in here, and I mean, today was a clunker, and you see him do it a lot. And that's what's so disappointing is you see it all the time, Justin, with the day games with the Braves, and it's not just the Braves, but the day games with Atlanta just seem to be absolutely terrible.
Yeah, and what was the time on that game? I mean, I know we thought it might flirt, but that game seemed that sped by pretty quick, and I caught the last 3 innings, did not catch any of the first part of the game, but sounded to me it's
hours. I mean, we started at 3:45 Eastern and it finished right at 6:30. Normally I do the time and the attendance of the game. I didn't do it today because I had other things that I wanted to get done before we did our show, but ballpark it 2 3/4 hours, 2 hours, 45 minutes, somewhere in that area. So
they mowed through it.
And I'll tell you what, if you saw the first inning, Acuna and Swanson swung at the first pitch. They were both outs. So Riley got up there. I mean, he was already behind the 8 ball. Riley had to come up there and take a couple of strikes just to, we can't let this.
We got to put some pitches on the arm.
Yeah. And so here's the other thing. Carlos Rodon, and we all know that he's a stud. He only pitched 5 innings. He only threw 71 pitches because the Giants are at it and they're looking at it. We're not trying to injure this guy because we have an option for him. So we want him to come back next year. Right. So they had an opportunity to win that damn game. And Snicker, I'm going to put it on him as far as the fact that it was 2-1. We're heading into, I guess it was the 6th inning. Charlie had kind of struggled, but look, he kept it at 2 runs. He runs him back out there for another inning. Jock Peterson gets a first pitch swinging out. And you're like, okay. And then he goes and hits another batter. He technically had hit 3 that game, but one of them was a swinging pitch by Peterson in the 2nd or 3rd inning. I don't remember what it was. So even though his pitch count was only around high 80s, low 90s, you could tell it was time to pull him. Snicker goes and puts him back out there. He leaves him out there. Excuse me. He walks the next batter. So now we got 2 on, 1 away. You figure, okay, you gotta go get him, right? You're down by 1, 6th inning. We're in the playoff hunt. We're not the Giants. He goes and lets him throw 1 pitch, and the pitch was in the dirt wide, and then he finally comes and gets him. So when he comes and gets him, Jesse Chavez inherits a mess. He's got runners on first and second. He's got 1 away, and he's down in the count already 1-0. And Chavez ends up walking the batter, taking it to a full count, walking the batter. Somehow Chavez gets a pop-up, but it was the very next batter ends up whistling one right through the infield, and that put the 2 runs up. And look, once you get down by that, it becomes very difficult to put together 3 runs as opposed to down by 1. So I put this on Snicker, and what he pisses me off, he does the same thing. I know we've talked about this, so I know I'm a broken record, but I'm going to say it again. He manages that team like, don't worry, we're eventually going to win the division. Okay, that's not the case this year. We're behind the 8 ball. We need the W's. Mets have a much easier schedule down the stretch. When you have a chance to actually win the game, I get it, man. If it's 6-1 in the 5th, don't dip out your butt. Just let someone take one for the team, right? But you're down by 1 run. And the Giants bullpen had really crapped the bed all series. You can't let it get to that closer. The guy got those triple digits just rolling out of bed.
What if I told you the radio broadcast was already setting the wild card roster rotation? I mean, it just seems like we're already folding. I mean, are we not trying? We're 1 game back.
Yeah, we're 1 game back. And so right now we're 1 game back in the loss column. If the Mets win, for folks who are wondering how it works, right now we're technically 1 game back. If they win, we'll be a half game back. So the Mets will have just 1 more win, but as many losses. That's how it works, right? Or actually, I'm sorry. If the Mets win, we'll be a game and a half back. So we'll be a loss and a win behind them. But if the Mets lose, whatever, either way you look at it, we still got 3.5 weeks left, right? Is my math right on that? Today's the 14th. We've got 1, 2, right at 3 weeks. 3 weeks from today is the last day of the season. I do want to reiterate to folks that may have missed the announcement. The Braves and Mets, game 3 of that series in Atlanta, Sunday Night Baseball, ESPN has picked it up. So with that being said, if it is a important game, we're gonna do the game here live, because I know a lot of folks hate the ESPN broadcasters. I've gotten many messages on that. And so now look, I'm not going to do it if we're 4 games behind the Mets and it's just going to, no, but if we have a puncher's chance, or let's take best case scenario and say we've already clinched the division. Not much of a chance of that happening, but we will do that game. So that'll be a 7:00 Eastern game. You would be more than welcome to join us, Justin, but I know you're usually pretty busy on Sundays. But that's the good news for Braves fans that are in Braves country, that they get ESPN, but they don't get whatever that what's it called, Bally's. But we're going to do the broadcast regardless, because I know a lot of folks hate listening to A-Rod or whatever Nimrod that they'll have doing the game. So, and they're never, and that's going to be a New York Met audience. And the thing is, the Braves TV won't do a game. If ESPN has it, you won't have access to that. So
too bad it's not in Chicago and we couldn't get Boog on the broadcast tonight.
What's that?
Too bad it wouldn't be a home Cubs broadcast and we couldn't get Boog on the air tonight. That would be nice to hear.
Well, I expect if it's an important game, I expect that to be a very big audience. It'll be a playoff type audience. When we did the playoffs last year, we got huge audiences, and I suspect that'll be. We got big audiences down the stretch when we had like 4 or 5 game lead, but the Phillies series was going to clinch it for us. So that's why we're going to do it, because I know enough people will be interested in it. And but just definitely doing the Friday night game of that series, and we'll just kind of make a judgment call on that Sunday. I'll put it out on our Twitter, which is our Twitter handle is Braves Country BB, at Braves Country BB, and I'll put it on the Facebook page if you're looking for that. It's Braves Country Baseball on Facebook now. Braves Country BB is our Twitter page now. So anyways, and we are creating other stuff for Armchair Quarterbacks, but it's kind of the way it just kind of morphed toward the Braves Country. We already had folks following us, and anyways. that's the update on that. The Braves are going to be hopefully a half game out going into the weekend. We're going to get Mr. Max Fried on the mound on Friday night. So you love that. Here's my question. Are they going to roll out Odorizzi again, or will they skip him in the rotation? Because my God. And look, Sunday's loss, I get it. Everyone wants to kill Kenley Jansen, and I get why, and I can't argue it. But my God, we were put behind the 8 ball before Kenley Jansen ever had a chance to blow the game, because Odorizzi was basic. I mean, Odorizzi at this point, if he's on the playoff roster, it's got to be like middle relief bullpen. He's going to be like an innings eater in a game that's out of control, right? Like, I don't even see him at the point now, Justin, where you would put him in any high leverage situation. Maybe 4th or 5th inning and you're down by a couple of runs, but that's it. Because you got Jesse Chavez in a high leverage situation, middle innings. So if something were to happen, say our starting pitcher either gets bombed or something terrible happened, like a terrible injury or whatever, you're gonna Odorizzi's an afterthought. I don't think they'll DFA him, but I'm saying, man, you've got 2 days off this week, or I'm sorry, 1 day off this week. You got an opportunity to jump him in the rotation.
I don't mind jumping him. Just depends on where you're at and how we stay in it the next few games. If you're staring down, you're already 3-4 back and you're falling away, maybe you play him. Just depends on what it looks like come heads up. I mean, you've got
what
today.
It would look like in theory, in the way I would do it. Spencer Strider would pitch Saturday, and Sunday would be Kyle Wright. Now, the only thing I can say about that, why they may not do it the first time through, is because you're still going to have to play the Nationals 3 back-to-back games. I believe, if I've got that right. I don't believe that the Nationals, that we have a day off. I think it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. But my argument would be I'd rather have Odorizzi pitch against the Nationals than the Phillies.
Fair enough. I'll concede you that one.
Let me see. Let me double check that. Do we play on Monday? Because if we don't play on Monday, then that's even. Yes, we do play on Monday, and then the series finishes on Wednesday, and that's a day game. I mean, that's perfect time to put Odorizzi out there. Hell, it doesn't seem like we try to win day games anyways. Just roll them out there. And then we would be off Thursday, we could get back to
winning baseball.
Right. We then go to Philly for 3. And that following week, do we have the opportunity? No, it's back to back again. We go to Washington. But you could have him face, basically, if you skipped him this one time in the rotation, you could have him face Washington twice and not Philadelphia once. And I know Philly fans say, hey, what the hell did we ever do to you, buddy? We're trying to catch the Mets, man. I'm sorry, man.
We're trying to count W's.
Yeah. And we'll have that Thursday off going into the Mets series. So you can set it up where Mr. Odorizzi never sees a single pinstripe. He doesn't see a pinstripe the rest of the year because the Mets wear pinstripes. The Phillies wear pinstripes when they're, let's keep them out of the pinstripe area.
I like your strategy there. No pinstripes for Odorizzi.
Right. Miami does not wear pinstripes. If we're out of it and you need some, or you're sitting there, whatever, and you're just trying to set up your rotation, you can let Odorizzi pitch against Miami at the end of the season. But I'll tell you what, if you don't do that, can we get some Bryce Elder back? Because Bryce Elder looked good his last time out. I'd rather take that chance. And I mean, hell, if you got the expanded rosters, if you really want to, you could then transition Odorizzi into that bullpen role to where if Elder goes out there and struggles, then you put Odorizzi in, right? But man, we can't keep doing the same thing over and over and expect different results. Odorizzi's been very hittable. He had like that one outing where he looked really good. Who was that against? I think St. Louis or something. It was someone unexpected. I think it was St. Louis. That was it. Everything else he's just been garbage. And as bad as Ian Anderson was, Ian Anderson felt like he gave you a fighting chance.
I mean, at least you felt like you had team commitment and buy-in there because at least you've had a Brave. It's not an army brought in that was a noodle. We just haven't got the results out of it, and you just need to call it what it is and put him, like you said, an innings eater in the middle of your lineup there, and hey, it is what it is.
All right, we'll move on. I just wanted to get that out there because, man, I do not want to see that man pitching.
I do like dodging the pinstripes.
Yeah, just nothing. That goes the rest of the year. Somehow we run into the Yankees in the World Series. I don't want to see Odorizzi out there. Come on, Judge. Let me blow one right by you real quick. How about that man hitting at 57 home runs now? We'll get into that here in just 1 second. I do want to talk some college football real quick. Make sure we got this up. So the first thing would be Vols get a huge win on the road against a ranked opponent. And I know it's not a conference opponent, but still, Pittsburgh's a pretty good football program. So they get a huge W. That was a great game to watch, by the way. I watched that start to finish. That was a phenomenal game to watch. I was very impressed by the Vols. I was a little pissed off that they scored 34. Their team total was 34.5. I was like, are you serious? Dude, they were 21 at the half, and I'm like, dude, we got this. You only score more points in the second half in college football. We got this. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, uh-oh. And you start doing the math. You look at the clock. You look at the score. You go, uh-oh. They're not going to go for 2 for some random reason.
I think it was a very good game. I think it was a good test offensively and defensively. Pittsburgh coming off their big win with West Virginia in the backyard brawl. So for them to show up and answer the bell, I thought it was a very competitive game. And, hey, that's the test you want. Tennessee in the past have had these big road opponents. You schedule them early in the season and you go out and we've laid eggs or not shown up. So to actually travel with a team and finish the game, it didn't go the way we expected. You blew the lead. You allowed them back in. You were chasing at points. The game just went back and forth. So they answered the call. Heupel was very – I like how he adjusted and schemed that Pitt defense and threw some wrinkles and allowed Hooker to scramble and still keep his options in the scrambling downfield. Very good on his part, just keeping that passing option open. And I think that's really what exploited, and I think they'll extend that this season, and you'll see that wrinkle. And should be a fun and unique offense for defenses to have to game plan and scheme for.
Couple of good comments here in the section. The first one, going back to the baseball real quick, was Jansen took the win completely out of the entire team. I do agree that if they win that game on Sunday, I think they're cloud 9, and I don't think we lose 2 or 3. I don't know if we win all 3, but we definitely don't lose 2 or 3. Good to see you too, Maverick. Yeah, feeling much better than last week. I don't know if Maverick's a Georgia fan. I'm assuming he is. I know he's a big Braves fan. Says Georgia will win at South Carolina this week. Yeah, man, that's going to be literally a dog stomping. Georgia's 24.5 point favorites. I think that's kind of a low number. I know South Carolina's look. I'm not getting burned again after that Arkansas debacle last year, Georgia and Arkansas. And I was like, man, maybe Arkansas can keep it close. And I barely got some chips and dip down, sitting down at like noon kickoff. And I mean, we're not even at lunchtime, and the damn thing, and the Bulldogs were already covering the spread. Okay, yeah, he's a Bulldog fan. That's what I figured. First of all, Maverick, about damn time Georgia ends up in the damn number 1 slot. Alabama did not belong there, especially after week 1. If you want to rank them there because they're Alabama and they're always good, okay. But week 1 showed us Georgia was dominant over Oregon. And if they would have not been number one by this week, the way Alabama, the skin of their teeth, I would have been calling mutiny.
That was an interesting game, man. It was a good game. I hated to see that Texas couldn't finish it and pull it out, but man, they had Alabama on the ropes and showed that they're vulnerable. And hey, that team is human. They can make mistakes, and you saw it. They had a lot of self-inflicted.
Real quick.
What's that?
Only I can do. Don't look now. Bases loaded, nobody out in the top of the first. The Cubs are threatening. So, anyways, I'll keep y'all updated if anything happens. I'm just assuming the luck's going to run out. But Patrick Wisdom's at the plate, and the guy's rocking the Tom Cruise Top Gun mustache. You know, I guess.
But he's back off the IL. Could have used him the last 2 weeks of the season, but whatever. Not butter or anything.
Any Braves bats the last 2 weeks of the season. I limped into the championship game, and then that was one of the lowest scores I've done all year. I couldn't get anything offensively going. I was like, dude, I'm done. And I was, dude, I had beaten him going into Thursday. I was like, dude, he's used all his pickups, right? I've got him. I've got all my matchups were perfect. Nothing. Every morning I woke up, I go, my God, I'm scoring like I didn't even have pitchers. I got like 6 guys going. But I will tell you a funny. He picked up Tatis the week before after I dropped him, thinking that he could slide it into the injured slot, when he realized he couldn't and thought he would need it to beat me, which actually I don't think he would have. He dropped him, then he used all his pickups. So I waited till the final day, Sunday, to see where I was, and I was way out of. I had no chance. So I picked up Tatis with my very last pick.
You drop him and get him back.
I pushed Fernando Tatis through waivers for like 2 weeks somehow, and he's on my team.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, I did not think when I saw he picked him up, I was like, well, crap. Not only may he win the championship, he's going to have Tatis too next year, and he didn't. I was like, all right, fair enough. But we definitely got to get the bum out of the league, the automatic. Anyways, nobody cares about that. Let's get back to college football. So looking at this weekend real quick, first of all, Gators lose. I'm going to contend that the Gators were overrated. They didn't need to be number 12 just because they beat Utah. Who the hell is Utah? They beat them on a last play. It wasn't like it was a dominant win. I could see the argument if it was a dominant win. And then Kentucky, did you get a chance to actually watch that game?
I did.
They dominated them. Yeah. I never at any point, I don't know about you, but I never at any point thought Florida was going to win that game.
The defense took over.
What the hell was their coach? Was it Billy Napier? What the hell was he doing going for it on 4th down twice on his side of the 50 when the game was still close?
No clue. Head scratcher. I agree with you, Tess, that Utah was overranked, and the ranking beside Florida was probably a little high.
They're still overrated. They're 18th.
But I'm not taking anything away from Kentucky. We've been talking about Stoops and that program he's been building, and that Kentucky is building a formidable football program, and they actually have a talented roster. And I think they're gonna cause some wrinkles. I don't know that they won't knock a Georgia off. I don't see that, but they could be that wrinkle for Tennessee, that thorn in their side that dethrones them. You battle through, and then you lose a game to that, and it. So I don't know. It's going to be a wild ride for Kentucky fans. I think they're going to enjoy their football season. Florida, I think it's going to be a roller coaster. Wisdom strikeout, double play.
No, he struck out. I mean, they're still batting, but you know what this means. I mean, because Jan Gomes is coming to the plate. I mean, if y'all don't remember Jan Gomes was good pre-pandemic. Just put it that way, okay? But yeah, I still think Florida's overrated. They're 18th in the country. What the hell are they doing, man? That they should not be ranked over. Let me pull up the rankings real quick. But these are teams that they are ranked above, and oh wow, Jan Gomes, double in the gap. It's at least 2-0. I don't think they sent the third runner yet. It's 2-0. So Mets trail Cubs 2-0. So there's something good going on there. Looking at these rankings now, where are they now? Now they're 21st in the coaches poll, and I would say for once the coaches have it right, because I can see that you beat Utah, you lost pretty dominantly to Kentucky. You should not be ranked over Wake Forest, Ole Miss. I mean, I wouldn't even have them ranked behind Texas.
Is Kentucky number 9?
Penn State should be ranked over them. Pittsburgh should be ranked over them. The Pittsburgh loss was more impressive than the Florida loss. A&M, man, how about them dropping? Woo! Woo! A&M. That was.
I don't even know what to say about that. That was.
I wish I would have wrote the stat down, but I saw a video yesterday and it said that. What did it say? That it gave a list of non-Power 5 schools that have beaten Power 5 schools, right? And they've all beaten, like, we'll say 3 teams, 4 teams, something like that. But the one thing they had all in common was like 5 teams, or maybe it was 4. The one thing they had in common, every one of those damn teams, including Appalachian State on Saturday, have beaten Texas A&M.
Wow.
I was like, wow, I did not expect that. Now, I don't know how far that goes back, but it was a very interesting statistic.
Does that one take Michigan off the hook?
What's that?
Does that take Michigan off the hook, or because it wasn't opening weekend, you still – was that a bigger App State win?
Oh, it's so long.
Getting you an SEC one versus going to the big house and opening.
Win, by the way, Peterson, remember I told you he's either got it or he don't? He is walking to the dugout. He's been replaced. It's 4-0 Chicago.
Hey, it's not looking so bad now, is it?
That's interesting because Williams is coming out of the pen, and he was originally supposed to be the starter tonight. And they went to Peterson, and, well, that didn't work out. I believe that, okay, Michigan wasn't ranked that. I don't think Michigan was ranked as high. I can't remember. But the one back then does feel bigger because nobody had ever heard of Appalachian State. And it was pre what I think has been a leveling of college football, right? The one yesterday or Saturday it's a big deal because you lose to App State, but it was that one in 07 was a shocker. I remember just watching going, what in the hell am I looking at? Like, you never heard of teams, no-name teams beating big schools back then. But that was a shocker.
It's 1A and 1B to me, and I'm not fully convinced that I don't think this one's a bigger win. I just wish it would have been opening weekend so it would have carried that same weight. And then I think a lot of people would say it was as big to take down an SEC giant, especially one that's what are you doing talking trash to Nick Saban? Yeah, and well, I mean, talk smack now.
The thing is about the whole thing is, so if it does happen, right? If it does happen in week 1, like it did in 07, there's so few good games, it's magnified too, right? So last weekend we had some pretty decent matchups. It still wasn't great. You know, you had the Tennessee-Pittsburgh game, you had Florida-Kentucky, but outside of that, there wasn't a whole lot to get excited about. They're going to start getting better and better and better.
After this weekend.
But by the way, real quick update, Mets trail the Cubs 4-0. They're now, we still a long way to go. It's still in the first inning, but they're tinkering with getting swept at home by the Chicago Cubs. So that makes losing 2 out of 3 in San Francisco feel a hell of a lot better. The only thing that doesn't make it feel better is you feel like you should have passed them and stayed past them by a game or two, because you're going to go into this weekend playing the Phillies while they play the Pirates. Back to the football. What else did I have here that I was man, I'll tell you what, Georgia to me looks like that they are damn near unstoppable. Now, I know we're very beginning of the season, but I had that jotted down as a question to you. You know, are they, would you consider them unstoppable at this point?
Nah, they're not unstoppable. I mean, the proverbial, that's why we play the game. Any team can be beaten. The question is, to me, when does Georgia beat themselves? When do they look ahead, get in a tight, no pun intended, dogfight, and they end up escaping with one of those ugly L's. Don't know which team that sneaks up and gets them, but or puts them in that contest. But you're the defending champion. You come back, you're rolling, you're number one. Everybody's talking. How do you keep them focused? Do they beat themselves? Is the question I've asked. And is Georgia going to Georgia, or are they going to actually be the champions and start to be a dynasty? That's the big thing to be determined. You've won one now. Now, where do you go from here? So I think that team is going to run away with it, but they're their own biggest opponent right now until they get to Atlanta. I don't think that Tennessee, Kentucky, or Florida, and if I have to pick one of the three defensively, I say Florida or Kentucky probably stands the best chance, just because the old offense wins games, defense wins championships. I fully believe in that, and I think they have a better defense and a chance to stop Georgia. Tennessee can probably hang points with them, but that defense can stop Tennessee on numerous drives. So I don't know that Tennessee can hang the points, and that's why I would have to lean. If they're going to have a blemish, I'm leaning Kentucky.
So that brings up a good point real quick. It's 6-0, by the way. I don't know how that happened, but it's 6-0. Still, they're still in the first.
They missed the extra point. That's all right. Don't worry about it.
Dude, the Cubs might just roll in this game. Don't even have to sweat it tonight. Wouldn't that be weird? Like, man, when I saw Mets playing the Cubs all weekend, we're out west. I'm like, oh my God, we're gonna be like 3 games out. And this is just it's funny. They're insinuating that the Mets are running out of gas, that they're tired. And remember me bringing that up a couple weeks ago, saying they've never done this before. I mean, I know the Mets have done it. They won the World Series in '86, but I'm talking about this Mets group has never done this before. They've never gone through the gauntlet of a 162 game season and playing competitive baseball down the stretch. Usually by now, dude, Pete Alonso's playing like half the week, right? He's like, all right, just take the day off. And now they're just like, oh my God, I'm so tired. Now they're going to get a day off tomorrow, which sucks because I wish they would continue playing because they look like they're beat. But they're battered and bruised. And yesterday after the loss, what's his name? The manager, I'm escaping me. Buck Showalter, his post-game interview was leaning into that. He was leaning into, well, some of these guys might be tired, and the New York Ready was destroying it this morning. Like, I don't want to hear that. We just gave, Lindor $300-something million. You're tired? What do you mean you're tired?
Or get you a pod or something, a little safe space, go take a nap in.
Yeah. I really believe that it is coming down to just the mental wear and tear, which, look, there's a reason why everyone used to poo-poo on it, but I always thought it was incredible that the Atlanta Braves won 14 consecutive divisions. And usually they were cruising down the end. Now, a lot of years we didn't have very good competition in the division, but the point being, they always seem to, even those teams sometimes would hit a wall in late September, and you'd be like, Bobby Cox, maybe they're getting them rest just to get them, re-energized. You don't have the ability to do that when you're in a divisional race. It's a little different this year because the Mets do know that if they don't win, they're going to make the playoffs, right? But it is a big deal between being the 2 seed and being the, what is that considered, the 4 seed?
4. Based on record, should be 4, because I think we'll be the first wild. I mean, we should be the first wild card unless something dramatic happens, and I don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, and I see the comment, but Starlin Marte, though a very good player, he's not the reason why they're losing. Now it's not helping because he gives very good at bats, and I'm a big Marte fan. Him and Nemo are my 2 favorite Mets players. I just can't stand the Mets, so I can't pull for them. But anyways, we'll get back to the football. It's kind of hard for me to concentrate on it because just did the game and then, seeing it over here. Should probably turn the damn thing off, but it is 6-0 in the top of the first. Mets lead. real quick, looking at the schedule this weekend before we'll do our picks against the spread here in a little while, the end of the show. Florida State's at Louisville Friday night. You talk about trying to balance something, Justin. Florida State's going to be playing on one TV and the Braves on the other while I do Braves Phillies. That's going to be a rough one. I cannot believe it. We are going to be like 4 or 5 weeks into the season before we play on a Saturday. It's unbelievable.
Really?
I'm sorry. That very first game against Duquesne was technically a Saturday, but it was, no, it wasn't. Oh yeah, it was, but it was August 27th. It was a Saturday before everything started. But other than that, I mean, we played LSU on a Sunday. We didn't play last weekend and played Louisville on Friday night. And then we do play next Saturday. So it'll be we have not played in a Saturday in September until I guess it'll be, what is that date? Is that like the 26th or something like that? Anyways, Florida State, Louisville, Florida State, from what I've seen, they should beat Louisville, and it shouldn't be a close game, but it's going to be a close game. They do not play well in Louisville. So it's going to be Louisville has not looked that good, but it's going to, and I'm telling you, it's going to be a knuckle buster. The cool thing is, if you get a chance to watch it, they're breaking out their whiteout jerseys. So Louisville typically plays all black, right? And all black head to toe. Okay, the 24th. Yeah, okay. Louisville plays in all black at home. Florida State, for the first time, is not only they're going to be white jerseys and white pants, but it's going to be a white helmet. Same logo and whatnot. I saw a preview of it. It looks really cool. Normally I'm anti, different helmet type of thing, but it reminds me of back in the 80s. Now, they never did it with the helmet, but they did it head to toe with the jersey and the pants. Burt Reynolds bought the team white jerseys when they went to Clemson. This is the famous Punt Ruski game. So it's kind of a throwback to that. But I'm excited to see. I mean, that's going to be a cool look. All black jerseys. Hopefully Louisville does that. All black jerseys versus all white jerseys. It'll be like a color rush, but it won't look terrible. Like remember those green and red M&Ms that the Jets and Patriots put on Thursday night.
Thank God they got rid of those.
God, I feel like they did that 2 or 3 years in a row.
Although, let's talk about the Seahawks. They've got to tone down the green. You got to put more navy blue in. It's killing me on the TV. I can't handle it anymore.
Give me one game that you're excited for this weekend, college football, and then we'll go over to the belly up.
I mean, you just mentioned it. I guess if I'm going to get excited about one, well, aside from Florida State, Louisville, since we've mentioned it, I'll go Penn State, Auburn. That's about the only one that really, I mean, aside from Tennessee, Akron, but nobody's excited about that except for Tennessee fans.
I was excited about Miami versus A&M, but I don't know if that's going to be a close game. It's in College Station, but A&M has looked bad. I mean, I don't know if they'll beat Miami, and I'm not saying that Miami's world beaters, but I think Miami will probably win that game because the problem with A&M is they can't score, and Miami will put some points up. That's a lie, though. I'm going to be full of beer or something. It's 9:00 Eastern. I'll be locked into that game. That'll be about seventh inning of the Braves Phillies, and hopefully we've got that on lockdown, and I'll be ready to watch it. But this is kind of a bad week for college football again. Starts getting a little better, but I'm looking at the SEC games. I don't see anything that jumps out. Penn State, Auburn is interesting. I didn't realize that was this weekend.
Then in the Plains or up in college?
It's at Jordan-Hare Stadium.
Okay. Or
Jordan-Hare is that's my grandmother's maiden name is Jordan, but they pronounce it Jordan. And she was from Alabama. I was like, why does everyone else pronounce it Jordan? We pronounce it Jordan. She's an old mean Cherokee, so you just didn't argue with her. He said, yes, ma'am. Jordan. I remember my grandfather, one of his favorite jokes was he's like, man, that Michael Jordan's one hell of a basketball player. It's good thing his name wasn't Jordan, because he'd be a mean son of a bitch with a drinking problem when grandma would be over there whiskey. What'd you say? Florida plays South Florida. That should be a blowout. I do think Georgia win. I think if I was going to take that one way or the other, Georgia's going to cover that spread. I know sometimes South Carolina gives them a hard time, but I don't. Man, that Georgia roster is just so damn good. And I mean, I can't help but be happy, because that means there's not much of a chance of Florida winning that Florida Georgia game. So I don't have to listen to that crap down here this year. But yeah, there's nothing else in the SEC realistically. Akron's just a tune-up game, and South Florida's just a tune-up game. Because next week, Florida, Tennessee, I can't wait to talk about that. All right, let's go ahead and go into Belly Up to the Bar.
In your belts, only drink when you're all alone or with somebody else. Belly up to the bar, boys. Better have a few more. I never whirl with.
All right, we're gonna belly up to the bar and kill the music. We haven't done that. I don't think I've played that in a long time. We'll see what YouTube does to it. But I finally found the file. I couldn't find it because I didn't name it after what it was. It was some Armchair Quarterback thing. Anyways, let's get into it. The first one, I'm going to get the baseball question out of the way, and then we'll get back to football. Aaron Judge, 57 home runs. I think I know where you stand on this, but I've seen this argued up and down the coast last couple of days. He beats Roger Maris' 61 home run record. And this is coming up because Aaron Judge said that the real home run record is 73 in Barry Bonds. If he beats the 61, gets to 62, 64, whatever, he's not going to catch Bonds. There's just not enough time. Is he the home run king, the regular season home run king?
No. And it's hard for me to say that, because
and I'm shocked you said
that. You can't deny the steroids era of baseball. Like it, love it, hate it. It happened. He did it against an entire league that was doing it. Now, was everyone in the chase? That's very questionable. We think so. So whether it was fair against the league is what I'm saying. And if it is clean now and Judge is playing and he is hitting and he is fair on fair competition and he gets it, if he gets close, I'll be debatable. Maybe then. You're going to give it to him?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Number one, he's already, first of all, he's already going to be the American League champion, right?
Correct.
Because the three dirty bums that broke 61, Sosa, McGuire, and Bonds were all in the National League. So that's number one. Yep. He's going to be the American League. It's also going to obviously break the club record, New York Yankees. But you look at those 4 years that were affected heavily by steroids, and you put them in a vacuum, and you look at all the other records, and one of these kids is doing his own thing, right? And so I cannot accept Barry Bonds as the regular season or the career home run leader. To me, it's Roger Maris, and it will be Aaron Judge. It's Roger Maris, and it's Hank Aaron. Because when they were chasing Pujols and they're giving the numbers out, we actually shared a picture and crossed it out because it worked out perfectly, because at one end is A-Rod and the other end is Bonds. And then you've got Pujols and and then of course Babe Ruth and Hank Aaron, right? So I just X'd them out and I said, yeah, that looks a little better.
I would agree with you if you could convince me that pitchers weren't juicing too at the same time. And if the pitchers were juicing at the same time the batters were juicing, fair is fair. It's a record.
Okay, but I'm saying everything should be wiped from that era. As far as the only thing that's incredibly impressive, because I know that dude did not do roids, is what Pedro Martinez did in that time of steroids, et cetera, where he was right there with Sandy Koufax as one of the best 3-4 years of all time in baseball.
Yeah, but he beat up Don Zimmer, didn't he? Wasn't he the one that threw old Don Zimmer to the ground? That's still rough, man. You can't beat up the old man.
He was that weak sauce, man. He had to throw him to the ground.
Oh, come on, man. You can't beat up the old guy.
He just grabbed him and tossed. I mean, if you don't want to get tossed, don't run towards someone. You know, I've had to learn that damn lesson the hard way. The other thing is Barry Bonds never hit more than 52 home runs without steroids. I don't even think he's even hit 50 home runs without a steroid era. So Barry Bonds from 52, we'll just call it, to 73. That's a huge damn difference.
Is Judge clean? We just have to assume it.
Probably is, because I think he's just a massive human being.
Fair enough. I don't question it one bit. I mean, I assume the league has testing and they would know.
You know, he's not jacked, you know, per se. He's just the dude 6'7", right? And there's no telling if he can cut down the strikeouts what O'Neal Cruz is going to be one day. Now, he may be too damn tall, but I don't think, look, until I see evidence, I can't sit there and just assume. The only time I assume is when I'm giving our buddy Dace a hard time about Albert Pujols, because that was just fun. But all joking aside, Pujols didn't juice. If Pujols would have juiced, you never would have seen that decline. I really hope he gets 700. And then on top of that, I don't understand why they are not celebrating the man more. He's making a chase at real history. If nothing else, if you want to play the PC line, you just want to call it American League home run record, then do that. But ESPN, MLB Network, et cetera, they should be doing more. And for the young kids out there who subscribe to the record is the record, you don't realize the big difference there was when we were watching Major League Baseball, and all of a sudden it happened around late 96 and early 97. And it really took off in 98 to 2002. And then when the Mitchell report comes out, all of a sudden, no one can hit 50 home runs. And it's like,
there's so many things though. We could do that, but then I have to throw out Major League Baseball and Rawlings, which owns Rawlings now, which I have a conflict of interest in. And you have pitchers reporting going into this season and last season and control issues. And in the world of launch, like, I believe that MLB has puppet mastered behind the strings and altered the offense of baseball. Now, whether that's been done throughout the years with a harder, softer core, it's happened. So
I will subscribe to the theory that they didn't do anything to stop it during that time period. But
they didn't thwart it at all.
But I've always said, but at the same token, neither did the NFL.
This ball here flies, man.
It wasn't until the freaking Mitchell report came out that everyone said, hey, we need to start testing. Because all of a sudden all eyes were on all sports. And they go, oh, that's why there's so much rage in this sport and that sport, right? So
and a bicyclist got us all.
Right. And the bicyclist, it came out to be known very easily that everyone else was doing it. So he was trying to catch up. And I get it. There were a lot doing it, right? But that's not my point. My point is you're talking about an all-time record. And I'm not going to celebrate Barry Bonds ever. I'm not going to celebrate Sosa or McGuire. McGuire came out the other day and said 73 is the record. People just need to deal with it. You were cheating too. You were the damn one that made Bonds have to cheat. You were coming out there looking like Johnny Bravo at the plate, and you would barely flick the bat, and the ball would go freaking 472 feet in the damn sky. Now, look, it was fun in 98, and I loved it, but it was fake.
He's got 57.
What's that?
Judge has 57.
Yeah, he's 57. He hit 2 last night. I think
he's got 14 games. He has a legit shot. He could crack 70.
Nah.
Give Get on a tear,
that is
baby.
absolutely unrealistic. Not without getting on that juice.
I mean,
now if he gets on the juice in the offseason,
Pittsburgh, Boston, Blue Jays, Orioles, Twins.
I'll tell you this, though. He bet on himself and he won. That's going to be an expensive check someone's going to have to write this November.
You should have paid the man before the season, because you want to talk about putting up a contract year.
When you look back on it, they tried to give him a Matt Olson deal. That's essentially what they tried to do. It was around the same AAV. They tried to give him a Matt Olson deal. And I mean, this dude, now if it comes out that he's juicing, we would have to believe it because he's hitting so many more home runs than everybody else. You'd be like, but to me, he doesn't look like one of these steroid, he's just by the way, he's at bat right now. I see that on the app. I was wanting to look at their schedule real quick, and then we're going to jump to,
I mean, he's a massive dude, and you got to think as a pitcher, that is a hard strike zone, top to bottom, to cover and keep out of his reach with a guy that big. Because what would be a ball? I mean, your strike zone is for the rest of that lineup. To when Judge comes in, he expands it so much that you have no corners to paint.
This is perfect. He's going to feel some big time pressure. So they're in Boston tonight. They're off tomorrow. They go to Milwaukee. After that, check this out. They're at home for 6 games, 2 against Pittsburgh and 4 against the Red Sox. He's going to feel some pressure to somehow break that record next weekend against the Red Sox. If he doesn't get it then, he goes 3 on the road to Toronto, then he's home against Baltimore.
Do the Red Sox even let him hit? Let's just throw it out there. Do you let him get the record on you?
Damn standing ovation last night, and then he hits 2 home runs off of him.
Okay.
I know what would never happen.
Sitting managing the club. I know what would happen if he was.
I know what would never happen in Tallahassee. We wouldn't give Tim Tebow a standing ovation. We'd be like, dude, I don't care if you cured cancer. You can suck a big one. All right. We're not going to be able to get to the other belly ups, which really, I mean, they're probably dated anyway, so that's fine. I thought that was the fun one. Let's go and get our 6-pack to go. Let's go ahead and make our picks here. I'm going to try to get both the NFL and the college one pulled up at the same time so I can see. By the way, I think it's still 6-0. Unbelievable. It just makes you even more mad. You're like, dude, we could have been leading the division. All right. Okay. Well, I'll have to add it to my. I got my book that I'm keeping up with this, but I don't have it on me for whatever reason.
Yeah, after last week, I don't think we need to. Thank you, A&M.
This we're officially starting it because this is the actual 6-pack to go. All right, here we go. I don't even have a damn pen. What the hell, man? My life is just in shambles at this point. I don't know what I did with all my pens.
It's Odorizzi's fault. He stole it.
Yeah, it's really strange. I probably threw it across the room when I was complaining. It's really strange because I have pens all around me when I'm doing the games, and I don't know what the hell. All right, whatever. All right, let's move on. So, 6-pack to go. We do this every show. This is the first real one we've done this week. It's the first chance to really dive into this, and we've had really good success over the years for folks that are wondering. We've had it was 66% going into last year, and we dropped a little bit. I looked at it yesterday. We're still hovering right there at 60%. I think it's 59.8 for the last 7-8 seasons, something like that. So we couldn't use that stupid app anymore because it started charging you to keep up with your whatever. All right, so where are you going for your first pick?
I'm going to stay away from one because you might take it, but and I'll leave that for you. I'm going to take Pittsburgh -10 at Western Michigan. I have no fear that offense goes on the road and can handle their business against Western Michigan. You take Tennessee to overtime. I think you handle your business against Western Michigan.
Pittsburgh Panthers -10.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and let me see something. I want to see what a line is. You kind of made a reference to it, but I want to see what the team total is because you can't find that on ESPN. I want to see what I can find here.
Tell you what I've got on the spread is 2.5. The team totals.
Okay. Well, they don't have the team total out, and I guess it's too early in the week. So I'll go with the -2.5. I'll take Florida State -2.5. I normally don't bet on Florida State, but man, they should beat Louisville. If they don't beat Louisville, then it's more of the same crap that we've seen over the last few years. Because look, if we were coming off the LSU game, I would buy the letdown factor. It's been almost 2 weeks now. You got to go in there and mash them and basically take over a good chance. Look, if they can win this game and get some momentum, they've got a chance to possibly win the division. Now they got some big games they got to play, obviously.
You've got all eyes on you Friday night, and you've got a chance to go on the road and make a statement, and you're only 2.5 point dogs. I like it.
Remember something, division game
favorites
here. Did they? Okay. Is this the year that they got rid of the? I think they're still in divisions. I have not paid attention to that this year, but assuming they've got to be, because these are all division games.
They are.
There's a year coming up where they're talking about getting rid of divisions in ACC, but by then Florida State might be somewhere else. The division games, the big one, Clemson, that's in Tallahassee. Boston College is at home. Wake Forest, that's a big one. That's a division game. That's in Tallahassee. They got to go to NC State, which is going to be no picnic. But I'm talking about division games. They've got it set up where they could actually go, because the Miami game's on the road, but they're not in the same division. So, I mean, Florida State's not making some march to the playoffs than the college football plus. But if they could get to the ACC championship game, that would be a huge thing for Mike Norvell. So I'm going to take FSU -2.5. All right. You took the Pittsburgh Panthers -10. What is your next pick?
I'm going to go with Texas at home, -12.5 against Texas San Antonio.
Texas.
I'll take the Longhorns -12.5 at home.
It's 12.5. Texas -12.5. It's an interesting game. I know
coming off that Alabama win, I think they throttle. If that's on the road, maybe you see a letdown, but at home, Texas is going to get that W. I think they put some points on the board.
UTSA is I think that's the team that Tony's always talking about. It's like forever, whatever reason he pulls for them, but I get all those Texas teams confused. Let me go to the NFL and let me take a look at one of these games here that I want to see what give me the Saints +2.5 at home against the Buccaneers. They play the Buccaneers really well. And I don't feel like the Bucks, and first of all, the Bucks kind of on a short week because they played Sunday night. If you've heard some of these quotes by Brady, he does not sound like someone who's all in. He kind of seems like someone who's kind of playing out the line. Give me the Saints to win that game outright at home. What's your next pick?
I'm going to stay in that with you on the NFL. I'm going to take the Seahawks +9.5. I know it's on the road at the 49ers, but that's a lot of
on the ESPN. Does it? You still want to stick with that?
Yeah, but they need to. My bookie's better.
I know, but we go by ESPN's line because everyone can access it, and it just makes it easy.
I didn't mean that as a reference or plug for them either.
And I believe
I'll send them.
I believe they go off of Caesars, so it stays live. I still like that call. Seahawks. I mean, the 49ers look like a mess.
Yeah. I'll take them as dogs with that many points. That defense looked legit. It looked good. And, I mean, look how much Denver imploded. And they were driving the ball. That defense, it bent, but it never broke. It caused turnovers in the red zone and held for field goals. So I think Seahawks probably come away with the win there. So I'll take the +9.5.
I feel like this is
or 8.5.
I feel like this is a layup. Give me the Packers -10 at home against the Bears. I don't care that they beat Trey Lance at home in the slop. They're going to go into Green Bay and they're going to do Green Bay type things. Packers are going to come off that first loss, and I don't care if you don't know three of the three players on the Packers anymore. They're going to go out there and they're going to run the score up on the Bears. It's a Sunday night football game. I don't know why they make that the game. I guess because I know the Packers have a big fan base, and I guess the Bears do too, but I still think your average Joe doesn't want to watch that game. But I think the Packers blow them out and make a statement. Before we run out of here, because we are out of time, Titans have a chance against Buffalo in Buffalo, Monday Night Football, 10-point underdogs. Do they have a chance of actually winning that game?
They have a chance.
Is it a chance in hell?
Man, you're going to need to see magical Derrick Henry things, and that defense is going to have, I'm going to say 2+ turnovers. You might need 3, but you've got to have at least 2, hopefully with a short field that both result in touchdowns. You're going to need some help. But, hey, that was a tough loss to take. I think Vrabel will have them back. We saw them get annihilated by the Cardinals week 1 last year, and they come back and answer the bell. So, you get the extra day off. You're traveling.
I'll tell you something that just popped up. They said that Butker, the kicker for Kansas City, is ruled out tomorrow night. Chiefs are giving up 4. I'd be really tempted to take the Chargers, because that seems like a game that's going to come down to the fact that the Chiefs can't kick a field goal, can't kick a long field goal. I'm talking about at the end of the half, et cetera, et cetera. Chiefs might pull that out, but I think that's a bigger deal than what people are going to focus on. The fact Keenan Allen's probably not going to play, et cetera, et cetera. But that Butker kid's like money, and he's been ruled out. What's your walk-off for the day?
How about them Cowboys?
Dude,
so much for my Cowboys. Bills wanting to see 90s redemption match, but
are they done? I mean, he's out at least a month.
Nobody's done in the NFL. I would have told you the Titans were done when they lost Derrick Henry last year, and they still made it to the playoffs. They were done. We just didn't realize it yet. But they'll get Dak back. I don't know if are they division heavy in them 4 weeks. I'm not really certain. I haven't looked it up, but and the way that division is normally, we're usually talking about 500 having a chance to win the division. So yeah, they should be okay.
They're at the Giants and at home against the Commanders after playing the Bengals this week. And then they're at the Rams and then at the Eagles. So if they don't get him back by October 6th against the Eagles, it's a wrap. Because you're talking about probably going to lose this week to the Bengals, I would think. Of course, it's in Dallas. At the Giants, that'll be a tough one. Home against the Commanders should probably find a way to win that. At the Rams, at the Eagles, man, that's a bad time to lose Dak Prescott.
That's when you hope he's showing back up. Hopefully for that Eagles matchup, you want to have him out there.
Absolutely. My walk-off is going to be real quick, because we didn't get to the belly up on that one either, is man, what the hell was Nathaniel Hackett doing at the end of that game?
What the hell was Russell Wilson not calling his own timeout? Like,
yeah, I mean, look.
Wait, how much leeway do you give your quarterback? Because you got to call it yourself at that point, right?
Yeah, he's really strange, man. Some of the videos I see of him, I mean, Mr. Unlimited. He's weird, dude. I used to be somewhat of a Russell Wilson fan, but I can't do it anymore, man. He's weird. And then a minute left, 3 timeouts, and you just let the clock wind down.
Neither one of them made a play on a 64-yard, and Russell has played 10 years in this building, and he knows that there's never been a 60-yard kick. You would have to think he knows that there's never been a kick made over 60 yards in that building. Yeah. And the wind that comes through those tunnels there, you've seen it for years, the nasty weather in that stadium. I mean, at some point you have to have some advice, or just call a timeout. What do you have to lose? You've got 3 of them. You can't take them with you. Burn one. The Manning cast was priceless. If you didn't get to hear it, pull it up. It is worth hearing. Manning.
Yeah, I heard he was raising.
He was professional about it, but had the same questions we have. The only thing I will say about Russell was real weird, but man, I'd have loved to see him play baseball. Did you see that curveball he threw out there opening pitch of the Rockies? That was pretty.
The what?
The pitch when he did the opening pitch for the curveball, you didn't get a Fauci first throw. Remember, the Rockies, I believe, were the team that drafted Russell or wanted to draft Russell Wilson, but he threw a nice curveball opening pitch for the Rockies when he came to town, and man, that was nice. You don't normally get to
he
see
was a baseball player, and I mean, he,
I know, but you don't get to see that very often. To see someone come in and get first throw.
I tried to pull for the guy, baseball guy. Liked him when he was in college at NC State, and then went to Wisconsin. Always kind of pulled for the guy. Didn't pull for him, in the Super Bowl against Peyton Manning, but still. But I mean, like, my God, he's weird, man. I can't do him anymore, man. And then, like, the whole thing is just.
Well, Floby's happy you found a new prospect.
Yeah, I just, I don't hate him like I do Bryce Harper. Like, that's a true.
Oh, it's not that bad.
Just kind of like skeeved out by him. I'm just like, what is wrong with this guy? Have you ever seen what I'm talking about? Mr. Unlimited. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
My God, that gave me the creeps.
It's a brand, man, I guess. I don't know. We're too old for that.
If you say so. I don't know what kind of brand it is. That goes back to that generic brand stuff that we did that one time with that one armchair. We're talking about, going cheap on toilet paper and whatnot.
Yeah, can't do that.
He is beyond weird.
Do they regret that contract? I know we've got to go, but
they got to $245 million or whatever the hell it was.
I think it was 8 year, 245.
And this is why I said this a couple weeks ago somewhere in one of these shows. I said, man, you'd think you'd let the dude take one snap for you before you go all in like that and pay him that money. There was no reason. They didn't have to lock him up. That offense looked like crap, just like the offense in Seattle looked like crap last year. And that was stupid. 3 timeouts, a minute left.
They fumbled the ball twice in the end zone.
Somebody said it perfectly. I forget who it was, but they said, paying you $240 million to be able to go for it on 4th and 5 at the 40. Not to just kick a 64-yard field goal.
Or at least take a timeout and argue with your offensive coordinator. I mean, come on. It was a debacle.
If you go in there and you rush the kick real quick and you want to try it, okay, you get it out. You still got 3 timeouts to get.
Here's the thing: they could have went up to the line and done a clap, done a hard count. Russell is great at that. We've seen it for years.
I know, but you're still eating the clock off.
Right, but he had a timeout. He could have at least attempted to get 5. Then you got a 59-yarder, a 59-yard field goal versus 64 if you get the 5 yards.
Well, 3 timeouts in his pocket. So they could have rushed it out there, tried the kick if they really wanted to. Could have done a corner kick with 3 timeouts and shut them down because they're just going to run it up the middle. You could have done a million things.
Yeah.
But eat the clock up and call a timeout at the end. Dumb. All right, brother. Got to run. See you next Wednesday.
Have a great week, sir.
Yes, sir.
Armchair.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on these CBS Sports affiliates and catching the show on YouTube Live. The Armchair Quarterbacks bring you Braves Country Baseball every Tuesday and Friday night, play-by-play with Mac McGee. Find Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live today. Please subscribe and share and take us everywhere you go. The Armchair Quarterbacks, your first choice for Southern sports talk, live from the First Coast.
Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah.